Hello, everyone. Welcome to the BOL E4 Cap Finals. It is me, Pelly, joined here tonight by Fenbox. Sadly, Chong was not able to make it tonight. I think his power is still out, unfortunately. Big flood happened in his area. Hope everything's doing okay for him. But tonight, the focus are these players. It is Tilt Shadows on your red side, Coinflip Patrol on your blue side. I'm going to run through each person in the lane real quickly while we're getting the first bans. For Tilt Shadows, top to bot, it is Void, Batman, Cyclone Frenzy, and Mac Mittens. On Coinflip Patrol, it's The World, Killer Fox, Jammer J, Yomi, and Mr. Lean. Fenbach, you've been around this scene for a while. Any names you recognize in there? Anything you should expect from them?
I recognize the vast majority of those, actually. That I might have been being recruited for that Tilt team, but I just didn't really have the time to play. So, good on them for making it this far. I guess I know who I'm rooting for now.
Wow, very biased casting coming out from Fenbach. How could you? I did a little bit of digging before this. Looks like Coinflip Patrol got here on a 3-2 in the Conduit Civil War in the semifinals. We casted, well, not we, but me and Sean casted Tilt Shadows last week. They won in a 3-1 fashion. I went all the way back to the regular season to find when they faced each other, because they both played in the Piltover division. Conduit Coinflip 1-2-1 against Tilt Shadows, but Conduit Coinflip had a different ADC. It was not Yomi at that time. He was added after this game. So will the addition of Yomi maybe make that series a little bit easier for them?
Well, Yomi's definitely been around for a while, and he's usually considered to be one of the upper echelon AD carries. I wouldn't be shocked if that is an improvement. I'm not sure who the Coinflip Patrol AD carry was at the start of the year, but it's hard to call Yomi a downgrade to anybody.
It was Hayden I, if you were wondering. I have not heard that name before. I'm not sure if you have. Not saying they're not good in this series. That they put up an all right performance, didn't do too bad. But eventually, Yomi has came in. We're going to see what impact he has on this team. Your predictions before we hop into anything right now. Conduit Coinflip Patrol did end their regular season 7-0. Tilt Shadows 6-1. Their only loss was to Conduit Coinflip.
Yeah, that does make it interesting, and then Conduit is the only one who's made any roster changes that, in theory, should have made them stronger. So it is difficult to say, yeah, Tilt 3-0, baby, But I will say, I don't know that necessarily in the finals we'll expect to see a 3-0 in either direction. I would say, at the very minimum, we should be getting 4 games, but I think probably it does favor Coinflip Patrol a little bit.
While we have been talking, these bans have came out for the first round. Aurora, Varus, and Akali taken out by Conduit. On the side of Tilt, Senna, Brand, and Caitlyn all being taken off. And it looks like we're going to get the first pick Syndra. You've been watching MSI. APCs have been all the rage with these mages bot lane. Syndra is one that could go down there. Do you expect it to be thrown down there for Conduit, or do you think this is just a mid lane pick?
I do know that Yomi does play the Syndra. I don't know that I would necessarily expect it on game 1, but it is definitely a possibility. He, back on other teams that I've played with him on or played around him on, they had Syndra as a flex pick down to that bot lane.
Alright, we see on the other side immediately, Seraphine is going to be locked in. Imagine it's going to be paired with the Ashe on 2. But since we were talking about those APCs, Mel is still open to be put into the bot lane. It is basically seen as the premier counter into an Ashe Seraphine bot lane, just reflecting the Seraphine ultimate or the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Provides you a lot of utility. You're very safe in lane as well. We're going to see which way that flex is broken. But looking at Tilt right now, just a very solid, strong bot lane.
Ashe Seraphine, it's probably the strongest duo out there. Your best response is going to be like a Lucian Milio if Conduit has it in the back pocket. But just something that can be aggressive in the early game before the Ashe Seraphine duo really comes online at about 1 item.
You did talk about the Milio using the ult could cleanse all of the Seraphine charms away, but instead looks like we're pivoting to a little bit of a different angle. They just want to hook in and try to kill that Seraphine early with that Nautilus locked in.
That is kind of the other angle you can go. You could maybe pair that with a Kaisa, or if you're going to hold that Syndra as potentially a flex, then maybe you can grab a strong jungle pick here, something that will be able to kind of throw off the Ashe Seraphine tempo a little bit, because that's a duo that can very easily take control of the lane and not give you an angle to play.
Talking about that, I think Xin Zhao is pretty good for that with his Stand United with the ultimate, knocking people back. But instead, it's the Plat Killer, as I like to call him. The Sad Mummy Amumu is going to be picked up on 3.
Curse of the Sad Mummy. Ashe Seraphine does kind of speak to sort of a death ball comp, and Amumu does love to go into a big group of people and drop that ultimate. Sylas being hovered, that does play pretty well around a Seraphine. I think Ashe Seraphine just really likes having kind of 3 mid to low range kind of tanky champs right in front of him, causing havoc while they're in the back line, providing all the utility.
Yeah, Sylas loves to have an enchanter on his team to keep him healthy, and he already has 2, arguably 3 good ults. I'm not sure how good Syndra's is, but I know Amumu and Nautilus ults on that Sylas are pretty insane to have in your back pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at probably mid lane, I would assume, for Tilt, as well as the bot lane, and then jungle, support, and potentially a flex. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, we're seeing a mid lane ban hover. I wouldn't be surprised to see a top lane champion taken away as well, just because that's a ban that you know won't end up being wasted.
We've also seen in this MSI gauntlet that has been going on with the mage bot lane specifically, R5 top counter pick has been a very strong priority, because normally when you are playing these mages bot, you are sort of forfeiting your lane, saying, I'm going to scale up into the late game, I'm going to be okay. So a lot of onus goes onto that top side. They're going to take out the Wukongs, and they're going to think this Sylas is going mid, but that mid jungle top trio, very important when you have that mage in the bot.
I believe you mentioned that Batman is the Tilt jungler, yes?
Let me double check my notes real quick. Tilt jungler is Batman, yes.
Okay, Sylas is not going jungle. That is not Batman's style. I'm sure he'd be very capable of it, but that's not how he got here, I imagine.
What's his normal style, do you think?
Definitely tank. Likes to be kind of the enabler or the engage for a team. I wouldn't be surprised to see... hard to say, actually. Skarner would probably be pretty up there. Skarner wouldn't be bad with what they're showing here. Pretty low mobility backline right now. But probably just tank initiator. I'm going to go into the fight and cause problems.
And so maybe something like a Skarner, maybe something like a Jarvan. You do have an immobile
Yep.
someone as the Syndra. Wherever she ends up, she's still going to be immobile without her flash.
Could see maybe Trundle or Sejuani as we get deeper into the Fearless.
So we see Smolder and Mbessa taken out on the 5-ban respectively for each team. And there is that tank lock in. It is going to be the Sejuani.
It's like I've played with these guys before. Sejuani's a great pick for Batman. Pairs really well with the Sylas. We'll probably just see like a nice R5 counter pick top lane that's also going to be a good melee pick to try and really make the most out of the permafrost on Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, you have the melee champ with the Sylas. You play around with those melee stacks. Another great pairing with it in the top side could be a Renekton. We normally see that as a blind pick, but with the W3 hits, basically gets your Sejuani E passive up for free for a stun. Right now in the mid lane, though, there's going to be a bit of rage in the cage as the evil mage Vigar gets picked.
It's pretty decent into the Sylas, I would say. Good zone control, but if Sylas is able to get on top of you before you're able to react with that event horizon, it can be a little bit tricky. And that is technically another good ult for Sylas to steal. He's now looking at 4 pretty solid options. Ragnarok being able to block any CC. Primordial Burst does a ton of damage. Curse of the Sad Mummy is, of course, huge. We'll just kind of have to see how these lane matchups play out, I think. The Veigar Sylas is going to be one to watch. As Camille being hovered into that Olaf would be very interesting.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that matchup goes. I know Chung and I have had a history of seeing counterpick Camille's absolutely fail in the laning phase. I think last week when we casted Tilt, that was the only Camille that had the counter pick. Actually, it was a Camille blind, and he won the lane. So, putting more confidence on Tilt's top laner to pilot that Camille. But looking back on this Olaf pick real quick, I think it's pretty insane into Tilt's team. A lot of Tilt's strength in these team fights is trying to CC you for an extended amount of time, slowly whittle away your health bar. But Olaf can't be slowed by those Ashe auto attacks, not going to be rooted up by Seraphine or Sejuani either. So I think if he gets ahead in this top lane matchup, he could start really running over this map.
I do like it as a pick into the 5 that Tilt are showing. I do kind of wish that it had something that it played a little nicer with. Olaf really appreciates having an enchanter, some sort of utility. Nautilus is good engage, of course, and a good support on the patch, and there are good targets for that depth charge. But Olaf having like a Lulu supporting him, or any number of other, like a Karma, just a way to kind of stick in the fight and do a little bit of extra damage, does feel really good. I think Olaf is going to be kind of just dependent on how that lane goes. That lane is going to be really important for the side of Conduit.
All right, question here. We have Jammerjay and Yomi mid jungle respectively for Coinflip Patrol. Who do you think is going to take the Vigar? Who do you think is getting the Syndra?
I think it'll probably end up being Yomi on Syndra and Vagar going mid for Jammerjay. I don't... how should I put this? I don't think Vagar is that good into Seraphine Ashe necessarily. I think Syndra just has kind of better tools to disengage that fight, other than just like putting down the cage and then they walk around it. I don't know. This feels much more like a Syndra Yomi game to me than a Yomi Vagar.
All right, expecting the Syndra in the bot lane paired up with the Nautilus. Before we jump into a quick break, Fenbach, looking at these Game 1's drafts, we've talked about it a little bit, but who do you favor going into it?
I think Tilt has drafted the more cohesive group of 5 champions, personally. I do think that Conduit has a few good kind of sticks to jam into the spokes of those wheels, but I kind of just favor Tilt's ability to group up in 5v5 while also still having the Camille as a split push threat if necessary. I think I'm probably going to lean Tilt just a little bit here.
All right, that is the opposite of what I was thinking. I was thinking Conduit Coinflip Patrol, simply because they're sort of living up to their name with this Olaf pick in the top lane, that real X factor that could truly 1v9 a game if it gets ahead, but if it falls behind, it feels very useless. It really is how it's going to be piloted by the world up there in the top lane, but I'm going to say if it's piloted correctly, I think it can run over this Tilt comp, and I think they're going to take the game 1. But we can guess all we want. We're not going to know until we actually get into it. We're going to get right into it right after this quick break. All right, welcome to the game 1 of the E4 Cap Finals. If you missed the draft, do not worry. You can see it basically on your screen now. We have Conduit, Coinflip on the blue side, Tilt, Shadows on the red side. Looking across here at the runes, at the summoner spells, anything stick out to you, Fenbach?
Yeah, the heal on the Nautilus is a little disappointing. I always prefer to see Ignite for a little bit of extra aggression, or even the Exhaust just to keep someone in range for a little bit longer. But I guess everything else looks pretty normal. Only the one teleport on the side of Tilt Shadows though. Taking Ignite on Cyclone Silas here.
They are also rocking that no flash Camille. It is the teleport plus Ignite. We talked about a little bit in this draft phase how the top lane matchup is going to be very volatile. Whoever gets an early lead can sort of run the game throughout the position. Void definitely going to be playing for that with this Ignite.
And I think Olaf definitely has the advantage in these first handful of levels. Camille really needs to get to Sheen, and honestly, a few levels before she's really going to be able to take any trades, and we're showing why right here.
Yeah, Camille really gets online once you hit that. Well, it used to be Trinity Force first item. Now with support Camille, it's been Sundered Sky, but
should be Trinity Force here.
Yeah, maybe we go back to the old classics with the Trinity Force now that we're back in the top lane. See how it plays out as both junglers started their bot side. They're going to be walking towards that top side to get that pressure. Level 2 hit first in the bot lane here. E is going to go wide for Mac Middens. Won't get any root, but still has the push of the wave.
We've kind of got opposite situations developing in the mid and top lanes here. One side very ahead and the other side not really being able to grab their farm particularly effectively. We'll see if Camille and Veigar are able to catch up a little bit to their counterparts here.
Yeah, and you may think, well, it's a little bit surprising. You're playing a ranged into melee matchup in the mid lane. You may think that, well, he should get farm pretty easy. But Veigar is pretty bad early game. Has to rely on those Qs to really get those last hits. And with Silas playing in your face with Abscond of Ducks, it's very hard to get yourself a positive trade. As we see right there, Cyclone goes right in, already blows the flash. We'll take a tower shot for his troubles. Takes a W as well, but already a pretty positive trade. And look at Mac Middens coming up the river here already. Maybe looking to send some spells over the wall, try to get the root. There's no flash. He's just going to get the first blood himself. Cyclone blows the flash, but Mac Middens takes the kill.
Mac Middens also burning the heal. Probably wasn't necessary, but it is a kill. No assist, so solo kill, first blood for Mac Middens. Just ignore everything that led to Veigar being at 100 HP.
Yeah, the League didn't think that was important enough for Silas to get the assist. It was really all Mac Middens there. He got the kill, so basically that's all he needed, as Mr. Lean finds himself in the face of that Seraphine, getting a little bit of a trade back, as Yomi gonna walk back to his tower, probably to look for a reset, as Batman is hovering this top side. Olaf has a pretty hard shoving wave. He's gonna dodge the hook shot from the Camille, but now the layering comes down with the CC. The world is gonna have to flash out. Ignite used by Void. It won't kill him, but he's going to be stuck under that tower at very low health, and he does not have the support of his jungler.
Yeah, burns the Ignite, though. That does take away a lot of the early game kill threat off of this Camille. Doesn't have Sheen, doesn't have a whole lot in the way of extra damage yet, just sitting on that Doran's Blade. And Olaf will have at least a little bit of sustain just innately in his kit. He's playing a little bit aggressively, though. Void could look for an all-in if he's feeling a little froggy.
Yeah, with the world not having TP up, he feels like he has to stay in this top wave to try and collect as much of it as possible. But does leave that opening for Void if they go for the dive. Right now, just going to respect it. Maybe thinking Amumu could be hovering up here. Doesn't want to take that risk. Just going to take the flash blown. Go back to base.
And that does have that Sheen. That'll be a lot of extra damage in these trades as Cyclone just absolutely murks Jammer in that little trade there. Gotta be able to dodge those abducts, because that does a lot of damage even at rank 1.
Especially with the Electrocute that Silas is rocking. Normally you see something more of a Conqueror for more of a sustained build in the late game. But Cyclone knowing, I mean, this early lane matchup is favored for me, wants to take that Electrocute plus Ignite, wants to squeeze as much value out of this laning phase as he can, as the Hawk Shot's going to go up the river. Spots Mr. Lean, but he still goes in for the hook, gets the root onto Mac Middens, gets a little bit of damage. The stun is going to come out. The flash bandage toss going to eventually get the kill onto Yomi, as Frenzy's now going to be under the tower. He's going to be able to walk this one out, but it's a good gank by I'm Pissed in the jungle. I don't think that's their normal jungler, unless they name changed.
I believe they're running a stub. That was part of why there was the delay in starting this game. We'll see if they end up going back to their original roster in Game 2 or not, but good play there. They didn't have to invest the flash off that Amumu, but they were able to make the play happen. Is Void kind of taking the bad end of a trade up here?
He's going to have to be killed for now. Absconded Duct is going to miss, and off that timer, the cage is going to go down. Mr. Lean is going to come in for the hook. Bandage shots over the top as well. Cyclone is dead here. It's just a matter of who gets the kill. As in the top side, Void found himself a gank from his friendly jungler Batman. We can see the replay here. The world just pushed up a little bit too far. Doesn't even... Nope, actually does commit the ult. A little bit of a misplay there, but he goes down. Overall, it's a 1-for-1 across the map.
Yeah, good to definitely alleviate some of that pressure on Jammer J. Cyclone has just been absolutely running this lane. Being able to get, even if it isn't a kill into the Veigar, but the assist and kind of slow down the Sylas a little bit's got to feel pretty good. Means the gold is relatively equal now as well, but Camille getting ahead could spell a little bit of trouble for Conduit here.
Yeah, Batman paying his dues in the top side and making sure the Camille has a nice time in this lane. Already has gotten 2 ganks, already has a kill. We can see from the gold lead up about 500 right now. Mid lane is even because, unfortunately, going back to that first blood, Cyclone picked up no assist. And then bot, Yomi's ahead just by 200.
Just by 200, and definitely off the back of that kill that was very generously donated. Ashe is farming just a little bit better right now. It is relatively easier to farm on 80 carries when you play 80 carry, I suppose. But definitely looking for that level 6. Yomi does now have it, so an all-in would be pretty dangerous on the side of Conduit versus Tilt here. If he can get a nice 4 or 5 sphere unleashed power onto either of those squishy bot laners.
Speaking of that level 6, Batman actually picks it up here on his blue buff. Is going to look back mid, could throw it out, but Veigar is sitting under that tower as Void takes another aggressive trade in that top side. I'm Pissed right now, trying to hit his level 6 off his Raptors to get the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and that's when Amumu can truly come online. We've seen a couple of good bandage tosses, but that layering of the CC with the ultimate just makes him so much more prevalent as aggressive trades in the top side here. As the Conduit Duck also hits in the mid lane. Jammer J gonna have to walk his way out. The Veigar ult is gonna be stolen, but he's just out of range, not able to put it down. As an engage on the bot side goes wrong for Mr. Lean. He's getting slowly kited out by the Ashe. Frenzy is gonna pick that one up. Amumu's here, but it may be a little bit too late. Here comes the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Gets the kill over to Yomi. The flash out from Batman to try to live. And now Frenzy's gonna be chased down. Will he be able to walk it out? Will he be able to space glide?
No man on Amumu.
Amumu now has no mana, no Qs. Frenzy's trying to kite, but the stun hits from Yomi. The flash out from Frenzy, but he dies to the minion. Cyclone comes down now, executing the tower dive. He's going to die for his sins, though, as across the map, it's a bloodbath. The world, I don't think you're safe. Here comes the hook shot. The world is taken down under tower.
The world has been a little bit greedy with some of these resets and has been punished for them on multiple occasions. The Olaf pick is just not really working out so far. Seeing a lot of good play out of the Void Camille, though.
Yeah, this is the one Camille I was talking about that actually had a good Camille top lane phase. I think everyone else in the Plat League, when they picked Camille, sort of struggled with it, didn't have much of an impact, but Void was that one person last week on this champ who found a lot of impact on the map, did a very good job. Now Mac Mittens sharking his way to mid lane. Stun from the cage is going to hit him, the Cyclone, but not much damage is going to follow out right now from Jammer J.
No, not quite. We do see the Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming up on Frenzy here, and we do have, I believe, a little bit of a Dragon Scrap brewing. I think I might favor the side of Tilt Shadows in this fight if they are able to find it, especially with Amumu pathing away, but Sejuani is still on the top side of the map.
We are cycling our camps, and Sejuani's going up there because look at top lane. The world is hard shoving in. He has flash up, but the cage is going to come down from Void. Now the trade's coming out. Batman is going to hit the ult. The ult from Olaf is saved for so long. He flashes away late as well. just feels like nothing is going the world's way.
I desperately hope that ultimate just came up and he didn't have it the entire time.
No,
because
I was tracking
definitely
it.
could
He
have
had it the
escaped.
entire time.
Okay, well, I wish you didn't tell me that.
Unfortunately, I was watching. It was up the entire time. He had Flash and Ghost that whole time as well. Just tried to save it for the last second. Yeah.
Like, you are already down 0-2. Giving over a third kill basically takes you out of this game. It is almost unplayable. Camille's going to come back probably with Trinity Force now, and that is looking really rough for you in this 1v1 now.
Yep, there's that Trinity Force completed. But hear me out, you give less gold the more times you die. So eventually this just won't be worth it, right? We can't bully the Olaf for long enough.
Camille's already got a level lead, so does Batman.
We see the control word, we're gonna take it. Huge. Don't want to be tracked any more than we have to be while we are taking this blue buff. As we take a break, look across the map here, find ourselves with a just about a 2k gold lead here for Tilt. What do you think they've been doing right here in this early game lane phase?
Well, definitely that top lane 1v1 has broken strongly in favor of Void, and I think we kind of highlighted that early on as if Olaf gets behind, it's going to make things very difficult for Conduit. That is their only source of physical damage. Batman will be very, very difficult to kill if he's able to just itemize MR the entire game with 0 real threat. I think also Silas's Cyclone Silas, excuse me, has just been doing really good work in that 1v1 in the mid lane as well, with that good roam down to bot as well to pick up the double kill under tower.
Yeah, really saved that play in the bot lane when it looked like Yomi was going to turn it with all those low health bars. As now, first Drake is still up, still on the map, as we're going to start the dance around again right now. Focusing on clearing some vision. But Silas has the hijack up, and Amumu is walking around here. Can't really show in front of the Silas unless you want him to get a very powerful ultimate. And now we see Batman trying to take control of the river. The bandage toss is going to go wide. He has a second one as the solo kill happens in the top lane while the Drake is trying to be started. The flash ult in from Amumu, but where's your follow-up? The answer is not there. The 3-man charm comes down from Mac Mittens. It's a CC wombo combo on top of it. A double kill goes over to the Silas. The third one's going to be donated over to Frenzy. It's a clean 3-for-0 in the river.
Let's take a look at the solo kill in the top lane.
I mean, I think the world just takes the fight he can. Yeah.
His adaptive defenses putting in a lot of work too, just being able to get out from under that tower and not really have to worry about the ramped up damage. You were talking about the Silas stolen Amumu ultimate. We saw it put in work there. I think he hit a 3-man and it was just curtains for the fight from there.
Yeah, it was the 3-man charm from the Seraphine ultimate into the 3-man stun from the stolen Curse of the Sad Mummy from Cyclone. So just no one on that side able to move, which means first Drake will be taken. It is a very late first Drake, however. It is 12 minutes into the game when the Infernal Soul drops. As we look towards this next one, it says it's going to be Ocean. Maybe it is. The League client doesn't like to upgrade the Drake logos, so it could be something totally different. We're just going to find out in response.
One day we'll pan by it and we'll see if it is the Ocean icon in the Dragon Pit, but not particularly threatening right now. Void takes a nice chunk out of the world with that Trinity Force Precision Protocol.
Yeah, that was just the Q auto attack damage. Like, that was it. And that's a, what, like 300, 350 health just taken down instantly? As the world is...
It's nice seeing Camille in a top lane again after all the support play she's been getting at MSI this year. It's fun watching Camille support, but as a top laner myself, I enjoy seeing Camille in the intended role.
We have Mr. Lean, probably not in his intended lane, looking for a gank on a Cyclone. The cage is going to go down, but Cyclone's not going to walk into it, as now he's going to steal the Nautilus ult. Mr. Lean has to flash out. He tries to get the hook back in, but now we're face-checking the Silas as the Vigar. He's going to have to flash out. The flash in is dodged. Eventually, the Vigar will go down. It's a 1-for-1 for now. Mac Mittens now gets hit by the hook from Mr. Lean. Yomi's going to try to flash and ult, but here comes the Ashe. Mr. Lean taking a beating as a double kill goes over to Batman. On the backside, Frenzy picks one up, and now Yomi is all alone in that mid lane, trying to find the trade onto Mac Mittens, but it's just no use. a 4-for-1 as the scraps in the top side. The world doing his best to keep that tier 1 tower alive.
Sejuani did a lot of work in that little trade. Cyclone almost was able to kind of get in range for an extra little Kingslayer heal, but just not quite enough with 4 people barreling down on him. But Batman Sejuani, very tanky, very hard to kill, and very much a lot of utility just available to him through that Arctic Assault and through those permafrost stuns.
Yeah, and we look at the KDA spread for Batman on the jungle right now. 10 out of 15 kill participation. I believe that's 66% if I do math right. Highest on his team right now. So definitely making plays around the map to give his team the lead. And what a lead they have right now. I mean, they're up 6.5k just 15 minutes into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only ones he's missed out on are the handful of solo kills that we've seen around the map from Cyclone and Void.
And how rude of them to do that and not give Batman more participation.
Come on, guys. Batman's right there. Let him get an assist.
It's all the junglers have. All we have is helping our team. If we can't do that, what's our point?
I picked Sejuani for you. Give me something.
Well, maybe he picks Sejuani for him because he does have the 2 kills. He also has a heart seal as well, which means he's going to do a little bit more damage on those auto attacks when they come down. Also gets the nice little sound if you care about that, as topside right now, Herald is going to be taken. There's not going to be a contest from the Amumu. He's just going to be clearing his bot side, maybe trying to path down to the Silas, but it's a free objective in the back pocket of Batman.
Yeah, there's just really no angle for a contest here out of Conduit. They have had a rough early game. They really need to try and stabilize somewhere. They probably just need to try and get Yomi as far ahead as possible so that he can just delete someone out of a fight and hope that the numbers difference will be enough. It looks like Void's going to go for this tower and then finish the all-in.
Void's going to take that tower. Here comes the ultimate out from the Olaf, but there's 3 people in this top side. He tries to flash away, but the Camille puts him in the prison before he can. It's another kill going over to Void. It's now the scrap on the bot side. Cyclone is going to take Jammer's ult. Not going to be able to find the kill, but he's just going to continue to chase it down. He will be able to kill the Vygar, but he's going to have to pay for it as the Amumu comes down and makes it a 1-for-1.
Cyclone just picking it up in a 1v1. Not quite enough damage to finish it off before the Amumu showed up, but definitely plenty of damage to be taken out that Veigar, even with the Rod of Ages. Might get more difficult as he gets towards that Seraph's Embrace, though. If he's not able to take out the Veigar with 1 or 2 rotations, it could spell trouble for the later game teamfights.
Mr. Lean does commit his ult there onto the Camille, thinking that Yomi could maybe find a stun follow-up, but the hook shot onto the wall gets Void out very, very safely, and he's very happy to go back into the base and spend that gold that he just got. It is, I mean, we can call it even in items in the top lane, but not anymore once this Tiamat is in Void's inventory, as the second Drake is going to spawn. That looks like an ocean to me, as they are already set up around it. They're not? Okay, they are starting it. They're being a little bit cautious about starting it, but eventually they are going to start to take it.
I think maybe they were just trying to catch someone being sneaky, but there is just no one in the area. Mumu knows that he can't walk into this general area of the jungle without paying for it with his life.
Yeah, Amumu's jungle isn't really his jungle anymore. Wait, is that a Runon's on Ashe? Is that what yes, that is what I'm seeing here. It is the Runon's second item for Frenzy on the Ashe. I have not seen Runon's in a long time.
Yeah, there are 3 melees. It's pretty value, I would say. You might prefer to have like the extra movement speed of Phantom Dancer or the extra damage of the Infinity Edge, but I don't hate it here.
I don't know enough about ADC to really tell you if that's a bad pickup or not. All I can see is I can't remember the last time I've seen Runon's built. So maybe that tells
it was built
the story.
actually yesterday at MSI. I think FaZe built it.
Seriously?
Yeah. It was like super late game, but he did do it.
It may have been his 7th item, but it was there.
Might have been his 8th, actually.
He sold the GA for it, just in case.
Yeah.
Now we are in a bit of a lull state. I lied. Void is going to find Jammer in the top side. It's a cage-on-cage battle, but I'm pretty sure Void's going to win it out. Flash away from Jammer J to keep himself alive. But Void is not done with the chase down. The flash in for Mr. Lean to be the bodyguard. Jammer J finds himself a shutdown.
Void feeling it a little bit too much there. Definitely goes in for what would have been a kill had no one else been there, but didn't have information on Nautilus, and just a good play by Mr. Lean to kind of intervene in the situation.
Yeah, he used both summoner spells, but it's very, very worth it when you get that shutdown, especially when it goes onto your infinite scaler for the Vigar. Is up to his 2 items once he gets that Rod of Ages finished. He's at that, I mean, best 2-item power spike that a Vigar could possibly get, really. We're going to see how much that gold influx is going to help him in this later game, though. Makes him a little bit more even with mid lane. Now he only finds himself in a 1k hole. He was about 2.5k down beforehand. As we have our Drake spawning in just about 3 minutes. Baron is up on the map, but I don't expect anyone to start it up too early. As Cyclone feeling very confident in the spot lane scrap. Olafs are going to ult each other, but Cyclone is going to get the best of it. And the world is just not having a good time in these side lanes.
Cyclone has the Ignite, which means that Olaf doesn't get to do Olaf things, unfortunately. The Ragnarok coming out from both sides means that neither of them can stun each other, and I don't think that really mattered either way.
Yeah, it doesn't matter for Cyclone. He's not going to get stunned by an Olaf. You can deny the slows off of the axes, but there's no hard CC for him.
Don't worry, he got a bunch of AD for it.
Yeah, that is true. He does get the buffed stats from that stolen ult. As we are starting to see maybe a little bit of a flaw in the draft of Coinflip Patrol. When you are playing this pretty hard scaling comp with this Vigar, with this Syndra, who's your answer in the side lane to these threats such as Camille and Silas? Who can you stick there to not even kill them, just to safely pick up your farm?
Well, as you highlighted in the draft talking about how it was a bit of a coin flip, the Olaf was supposed to be sort of your side lane answer. It was supposed to be, you know, a champion that could go into a side lane and maybe draw 1 or 2 members away so that the other 4 could operate properly in a little 4v3 or 4v4 skirmish, but that simply hasn't manifested. The world has just absolutely gotten run over in lane. Looks like he's building towards a Black Cleaver now? I don't know what that Phage could be going to, because it's definitely not Stridebreaker.
No, it is not a Stridebreaker. I think it may be the Black Cleaver second item with that Ravenous Hydra first, as we see Camille built a Ravenous Hydra of her own. Actually just went the MR boots, didn't even care about the top lane matchup once he got ahead. Says, I don't need the armor. This is going to be for the rest of the team. Get rid of that CC layering, as Mr. Lean is going to throw a hook onto the tower, walk up, take some free damage, and that's about all that happens there. Cyclone maybe overstaying his welcome, but Mr. Lean knows better than to throw a hook there.
Well, he doesn't do it. I don't know if he knows better or not. Sometimes you just got to throw him anyway when you're Nautilus.
It's just really appealing sometimes, I agree.
Exactly. Like,
Tower's
bro, it's right here. I gotta throw it.
There's a big body in front of me. I have a big anchor. 2 + 2 probably equals 4.
No, guys, trust me. I can find the hook.
It's just what you find after the hook that may be the problem. Especially when you're looking at this
problem
team.
for future Nautilus.
That's current Nautilus loves the hook. Future Nautilus is gonna love it a little bit less. As the Drake is going to be spawning here now. Looks like we're actually going for a little bit of a bush cheese. They have them all on this ward right here, but they are just going to back out. It's going to be the Chemtech Soul. So once that is picked up, a little bit of extra healing, which is going to go great for Mac Middens and Cyclone, if they're able to pick up that soul.
Oh yeah, so Mac Middens provides a lot of shielding and healing. Actually, Void will get pretty good use out of it as well, with the extra tenacity, the extra heal power for all that lifesteal, and the shields off of the adaptive defenses. Definitely a good value soul. And then, of course, Cyclone with the Kingslayer.
Yep, with all that lifesteal he has. In the meantime, trying to set up vision around the Baron is Coinflip, but they don't have the strength to stay in that river and fight for their vision. They have to immediately give it back up. They're going to keep a ward on the Baron, at least for now, so they know if it's going to be sneakily started up. But looking at this game state right now for Coinflip, what do you think? How did they get back into it?
Well, that is the question. I think a Baron sneak would kind of be their best angle, but their Baron DPS with a comp like this is very suboptimal. If you had maybe like a Cassiopeia instead of the Vagar, just to have a little bit more DPS, it could be looking a little bit better. But as it stands, I think Tilt can just kind of run the map. There's not a whole lot of counter punches available outside of kind of just overloading for a pick on side lane.
Yeah, no matter what, you sort of have to sacrifice something here if you're Coinflip. You maybe have to give up Baron to find that pick in the side lane, but something has to go your way, and you sort of have to force it. They're going to look for it in the jungle here, but here comes Cyclone with the stolen ultimate. Charm over the top, gets two. Mac Mittens is able to take the kill. Nautilus goes down to the front line as well, and there's the stolen ult coming out. Jammerjay, he's stuck in the cage. They try to force the 4v4, but it doesn't go their way. They lose 3 without taking anyone, and the Baron's going to be started off the back of it.
Yeah, there's just no backline access, and they can't get through this front line of Batman. Veigar, Syndra are not going to get through a Sejuani with any kind of haste, shall we say, and then the Olaf is just not really enough damage threat on his own either. I mean, cutting through this, honestly, already 4,000 HP Sejuani with an unending despair.
Yeah, I mean, and the Rookern is now finished on the back of it. Make that a 3-item Sejuani. Of course, Kaenic Rookern gives you that little bit of a magic shield to help you into those magic damage carries as well. So Batman looking to be that unkillable frontline for the rest of his team as the Baron push now starts in the mid wave. They do have alright wave clear with Syndra and Veigar. It's maybe not the most reliable, but you can hit the wave from pretty far away as Cyclone is doing his best to try to find the engage. The hook is going to come down now as a punishment for his aggression, but he's still pretty fine to keep on going back in. He's going to find the Abscond Duck, the arrow over the top. Roots down 2. Immediately picked off as Jammerjay trying to find a little bit of damage when he gets people stuck in the cage. But look at how tanky that Sejuani is. Batman doesn't even care about it. He's walking up to that tower and he's going to take it down with his team.
And Cyclone still has that Nautilus ultimate ready to go.
The engage from Void now with the cage of his own. Jammerjay is going to be stunned up. He's going to be dropped. Now they're going to try to find the Olaf. He gets 1 kill, but he's going to die for it. Stolen Nautilus ult is now going to come out with the ultimate over the top from Mac Mittens. That should secure the game here for them. 26-9 in the kills, and a 27-minute game. It's going to be closed out.
A pretty clean game, I would say. Not really much to complain about on the side of Tilt Shadows here. Camille absolutely ran that side lane. Silas was a huge problem. Batman on the Sejuani was just basically an unsolvable issue for the side of Conduit here, and they kind of just feels like they're going to have to go back to the drawing board on this one.
Yeah, really not much to complain about if you are the side of Tilt. And we were talking about how Killer Fox wasn't in this game. Maybe you can chalk some of these struggles up from Conduit Coinflip Patrol to him not being here. But I think that may be just a little bit of a cop-out. If you look at the lanes, specifically in top and mid, it just didn't go right in the early game for them. And this was the Olaf blind, so in theory, pretty confident in that pick. And I believe, if I remember draft correctly, it was the Veigar picked into the Silas, but
Yep.
neither of those picks going their way. Maybe have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Killer Fox absence does make a bit of a difference. It might be a little bit better about playing around that mid or the mid top early game to try and maybe stabilize these lanes a little bit more. But we'll definitely have to see what sort of matchups we end up getting in these lanes, because it just feels like even though Yomi and Mr. Lean were doing pretty okay in that bot lane, they never really got a chance to impact the rest of the map, and Void and Cyclone were just running over their counterparts.
As we close the storybook on this game 1, a dominant game from Tilt Shadows to find themselves a 1-0 lead. Will they carry that momentum into game 2? Or will Killer Fox coming back for Coinflip turn the tides and even up the series? We're going to find out right after we come back. All right, we are back here with the Game 2 draft. Teams have decided to swap sides. Conduit Coinflip Patrol is going to flip themselves over to the red side. And a little bit of an update in case you were wondering, a little peek behind the curtain. Killer Fox is back in the lobby into the jungle.
Excellent. Let's see if flipping sides and flipping junglers will cause a coin flip to land heads this time after what was a pretty rough game 1 for Conduit.
All right, first band already switched up a little bit from the side of Tilt. Gnosis was not banned at all in the last match. Going to pay respects over now. I guess that is a Killer Fox special that they do not want him to have. I personally think Gnosis jungle is hilariously bad. Every time I've played, I know it's a hot take, I'm aware. Every time I've played against him, I just walk into his jungle level 1, take his camp that he's starting on, and then he's out of the game.
Are you talking about solo queue or are you talking about in an actual match?
I'm talking about D4 cap.
Okay, well, maybe their teammates need to be a little bit better at defending the invasion. But Nasus is good enough that Riot was going to nerf him directly in this next patch. They instead have decided to nerf his usual rush item of the Protoplasm Harness. So Riot disagrees. They think that Nasus jungle is pretty good, actually.
I disagree with Riot, and I'm probably right because I'm really, really smart, I hope. As now that Killer Fox is back, 3 junglers taken out. Gnosis, Ivern, and Shyvana all wiped off the board. Bans saying the same for Coinflip. And now it's the first pick, Caitlyn.
Caitlyn's pretty good. We saw her pick up a Penta last night at MSI. We don't need to worry about the end result of that game, but she has been a rather large damage threat, as usual. Senna has fallen off a little bit lately, but still pretty strong. Will have some answers in the lane, but she's mostly just there to kind of get through that early game rather than, run over lane.
Yeah, we were talking about the APCs in the last game. We saw Syndra put in the bot lane. The common answer to Caitlyn is actually Mel. You can just reflect her headshot onto you, put it back right on her. Can reflect her ultimate, her Q. I mean, really everything Caitlyn wants to do. But instead, going to try to play with a little bit more safety, a little bit more scaling with the Senna as we match mid lane. Well, not match mid lane, but just blind pick up the mid lane here. It's going to be the Victor.
Victor's just a nice, solid blind pick. Very safe. Got a lot of zone control, got a lot of range, good poke. Skarner going to be locked in as well, probably, or hovered at least. Locked in. I would say that this is pretty stereotypical Cyclone and Batman champions as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, we saw the Sejuani in Game 1, now going to the Skarner on Game 2, and he had a great time on that tank in Game 1. Might as well run it back, providing a lot of CC for his team again, as we're going to see Senna Karma matched up in the bot lane. Not a pairing that you normally see.
No, I don't love it. I don't necessarily hate it. Maybe it's Karma mid. I don't know. I feel like Senna just much prefers to have more of an engaged support or a support that's good at heal. It seems very odd to pair her with an enchanter.
If you look at it, it gives your bot lane a lot of sustain. So hopefully you survive the Caitlyn's early poke a little bit better. But it's definitely not a common pairing that you see. Once you get into the later stages of the game, it's very nice to have an enchanter with your Wukong as a little bit of a pocket for him to really pop off.
We're seeing a lot of top lane focus in this second phase. 2 top lane bans so far on the side of Coinflip Patrol, and 1, potentially 2 for Tilt Shadows.
Yeah, we're taking out a lot of tanks. Sion and Ornn being taken out as Mbessa shot down by Coinflip Patrol. And Mbessa's normally the answer into the tanks. Very happy to get that tank shred, especially when you're around that first item. Very hard for any tanks to play up in the top lane. As Zaheen is going to be taken out as well, so full focus on the top lane. But it's just going to be the blind pick Ahri to pair with that Wukong in the jungle.
I do like that Zahen ban. He would play pretty well with a Senna and a Karma behind him. Don't necessarily know if that's something that the world plays a lot, but it definitely would fit the comp pretty well, and it is not the easiest champion to punish right now. But the Ari locked in, pretty standard. Should be able to have a few attack angles onto the Victor alongside that Wukong. Hopefully they can make things a little more uncomfortable for Cyclone than they were last game.
All right, another pretty uncommon pairing in the bot lane here with the Caitlyn. It's going to be the Thresh.
I like Thresh. We don't see it a lot in like super high competitive these days, but people who've put in the hours on Thresh, he'll always be worth picking up for them. Thresh is probably one of the better Caitlyn pairings left. Other than that, you're looking at like a Lux or a Bard, and maybe you just feel better about your Thresh.
Yeah, you feel confident in your hooks, throwing them out as the last pick here, the blind pick Mordekaiser in the top lane. When you think of normal answers for Mordekaiser now, Yorick is one that is pretty big. No longer Baden gets isolated from you if you're taking the Mordekaiser's ultimate. It comes with you now. So the matchup has flipped back in Yorick's favor. We'll see if it's picked up here. Other than that, what else do you think could pair well against it?
I haven't been paying much attention to matchups lately, and I'm not entirely sure what's in the. I don't know if it's Jax. Yone is a champion that has been a counter to Mordekaiser in the past. You can kind of play outside of his range with all that extra mobility and the extra move speed with your Soul Unbound. It's not like 100% great counter, but it's definitely one of the better ones still available.
Looking at the comp for Conduit Coinflip Patrol versus the comp of Tilt Shadows, the big thing that pops out to me is on Conduit's side, they have no true frontline. A lot of their game plan going into the mid to the late game phase is going to be trying to land an Ari Charm to find a pick, maybe finding a Yone ult to start off a fight to get that pick. But if you look at the side of Tilt, they have very good anti-engage with the Skarner, with a Mordekaiser, with a Thresh to really all tank that charm pretty easily. With Victor in the back as well to place down his gravity fields to stop any hard engage from Wukong or Yone as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Tilt has just a much easier time setting up his 5 at an objective and daring Conduit to come at them. Conduit's best engages are going to be if Wukong can find a flank for that Cyclone, if Yone can find a flank for a big Fate Seal. But there's not really anyone to just kind of stand in front and create space for the Senna and create space for the Ari to do what they need to do to actually have their impact in team fights. And the Skarner is going to be, again, very difficult to kill. Like, Senna can do a lot of damage, but she doesn't really have a whole lot in the way of peel. If she goes down, Skarner might just be looking at you like, what are you going to do about me, bro?
Yeah, their true tank shred is that Yone, but of course the threat is you have to get very up and close and personal with that Skarner. He may just slam you into the wall and CC you before you can get that damage. So Conduit needs to play these objective fights. They have to set up first in the river, but looking back at that game one, without that early lead, it's going to be really hard for them to find those setups.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'm favoring Tilt again here. I think they've just drafted 5 champions that play together well, and it's a much easier team fight and a much easier overall game plan to execute than what we're seeing out of Coinflip Patrol here.
Onto this game, I'm going to have to agree with you. I'm going to give the slight advantage over to Tilt. I do think if this Yone gets fed like last game, he can do a lot of damage. But even if that happens, Mordekaiser can sort of take him away and sacrifice himself and let the rest of his team do the work in that 4v4. We're going to see how it's going to play out once we get back after this draft. All right, here we are with the game 2. Right now, Tilt Shadows find themselves up 1-0 against Conduit Coinflip as we march ourselves into this game 2. Once again, taking a look at our runes, taking a look at our summoner spells. Anything catching you by surprise here?
Not surprised necessarily, but the Arcane Comet Karma definitely says that they want to be a little bit more aggressive on the side of Conduit this time around, rather than maybe the slightly safer Airy. But both are definitely viable picks. The world getting
World
a
is
little
having
bit
a very fun time here.
He's just gonna take a reset. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, already down to half health. He's actually going to stay on this top side.
The world would never be greedy and die for it. We've never seen that happen.
Nah, we didn't see the world sit under tower at 200 health in game 1 and die several times for it.
I took my
never
glasses
saw it
off. Did he do?
happen. Alright, we look across at the map. Macmillan's already looking for a very aggressive hook angle. He is going to land it onto Yomi. He's going to take just about half his health in that trade now. As I look at the runes, I do see Thresh with Aftershock, which not something you see too often. Normally you see a Glacial Augment or a Guardian. Instead, maybe wants a little bit more of that tankiness when you get the flay or when you land the hook.
I mean, I think Aftershock is pretty common, personally. I mean, the Glacial is okay value here, but I think Thresh is going to be playing with the front line, so definitely wants to have those extra resistances whenever he does land the hook or the flay.
The world only on 1 farm right now doubles it up to 2 under his tower, but he's having a rough time. His Killer Fox here started with the invade on the bot side, and now he's going to be ganking Frenzy. Heal is going to be used. Frenzy trying to hold on to the flash as long as he can. Going to use the barrier. Flash is going to have to come out, but now the hook back under tower by Mac Middens going to flash forward, but the auto attack leaves Killer Fox at 10 health. He's just barely able to walk out, but because of that play being made in the bot side, look at Batman's response. He is already in the Wukong's jungle, taking back the camps.
Yeah, this Wukong's got plot armor. Check his PC. Barely able to escape after that dive. Really good defensive play from Mac Mittens and Frenzy, though, to make sure that they're able to get away without burning. Well, I guess they burned everything, but able to get away and able to force a lot out in response as well.
We have trading on the top side. Void trying to do his best to survive, but the world able to find the solo kill. He may have started laying at half health, but he's going to put Void to 0 before he gets to that himself.
And that's a second time that someone on Conduit has survived with single-digit HP. It's very interesting. We'll see if this pattern continues or not, but man, a couple of very close plays, just barely breaking Conduit's favors. Here comes Skarner.
Here comes Skarner in the bot lane. Hook is going to be flashed away from by Yomi, but the Rock Slow is going to land. Mac Mittens trying to get in range of the Flay to put the Senna back into the action, but just slowed down a little bit too much to find the angle. Skarner now trying to reset in a bush. Actually got canceled because of the ward placement. He is going to have to Ishtal's impact right back under his tower. So Skarner did find a little bit of an invade trade. Got 2 camps on the bot side. Doesn't get the gank though, as now Void is back in trouble. Just died in the top lane. He still has flash up to escape this gank if he needs it. The Q3 from the world is going to come out. Void just got back to this lane, and he already has to take another reset.
Yeah, we see kind of that trading pattern that makes Yone so good into Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser needs people to stay on top of him for as long as possible, and Yone, with those Q3s and with the Soul Unbound, is able to create a lot of space, basically at a moment's notice.
Mac Mittens so aggressive there, looking for the hook. Batman was right behind him, trying to find the Ishtal's impact into the wall. But when the hook went wide, the play was over. Now they're just going to collect, or safely collect their farm under their tower. Caitlyn does have that farming lead in the early game, but that is what you expect when you are playing against the Caitlyn. She's going to have the shove under your tower, and Senna not exactly known for farming the best under tower, so only down about 10 is not too bad here, as Killer Fox is going to find the mid lane. Cyclone puts down the gravity well to get the stun out. Mac Mittens throwing out a hook just for fun, isn't going to land, and that play is ended as well.
Yeah, good little defensive intervention. Lantern comes out, Dark Passage just to keep Cyclone safe, but there wasn't any real threat with Killer Fox only having Just a handful of swords, looking like Zoro from One Piece with his 3 long swords.
The world is level 6, but he missed all of his Qs. Not only did he miss the Q3, he missed the Q1 on the Mordekaiser while he was unbound from his soul. Very bad trade for the world, and even though he got that solo kill, the control in the lane still looks like it's in Void's favor.
I think it's just he hadn't gone back to spend his money yet. There's definitely a lot of purchases coming out in the inventory here for the world. So we'll see if he's able to take some more good trades once he comes back here.
He picked himself a couple extra daggers and the longsword, I believe, so coming back to lane stronger to continue to try and bully Void. But Void is very, very close to taking over to that level 6, and of course, if you take someone to that Death Realm, you steal a little bit of their stats. Yomi is going to get snatched in the bot lane, a little bit of a trade coming down, but he is not going to die for it, as the world, looking back for another engage, is going to hit the Q3, start the trade pattern with Void, able to soul back. Void's going to flash in with the ult. Ignite goes down as well, and he's stuck in the Death Realm. The Void is going to have to try to fight his way out. He's trying the best to kite. He is going to use his ultimate, trying to still play away. The shields come out from both of them, but the slam over the head from Void picks up the kill. Killer Fox now trying to flash in, at least make it a 1-for-1, but Void may be just able to walk out. Killer Fox commits the flash, but he has no Cyclone up, and he has no kill.
No flash, no ignite available for the world means that Void can just kind of take control in that 1v1, use the Death Realm to his advantage, make sure that he can, equalize the trade a little bit. Still going to be a rather difficult 1v1 to play out just in general, but if Mordekaiser is able to kind of fight on his terms, it does make the matchup a little bit more bearable.
I mean, he has those plated steel caps now done very early. It's going to help him a lot in these extended trades. Killer Fox now doing his best to try to run down in the bot lane, but again, he's still not level 6. Batman is going to have to commit the flash to get away from Mr. Lean's route. But you're fighting the levels down, and the world is fighting in a very big wave here. He is not in a good spot. He's going to have to Q3 out if he wants to live, able to find his way out. As Void continuing his trades up the top side. Killer Fox now not letting up the pressure, but again, he's still just level 5. He doesn't have the combo damage. He's gonna get stunned up. He's just gonna die. It's a free kill to Cyclone.
Killer Fox, brother, you have a Gromp available. Please go get level 6. You need it desperately. You just don't do enough damage, especially when you've only got a Hearthbound Axe and a Longsword in your inventory.
And Wukong, as a jungler, especially when you are playing him, wants to power farm towards level 6, because once you get the Cyclone, so much of your power comes from your ultimate to provide the micro knockups to get yourself more damage. The pullback from Void, the world is going to be able to kite his way out. His ultimate just about off cooldown now. Gonna see if he tries to commit under the tower. Doesn't get the Q3 up off the minion, so he's not going to do anything too risky for now. But Batman sees this happening. He's walking his way topside as Killer Fox now is going to start collecting his level 6. Engage goes into the top side. The world is going to try to do his best to live throughout this, but the grab is down, but he pulls him right back into the Mordekaiser. The Senna ult on top to provide some shielding. Batman gets damage from it as well. The play goes completely wrong. A double kill for the world in the top side.
Oh, Mordekaiser missed the Obliterate, and that's a big chunk of damage that just isn't going to come through now. Good Dawning Shadow to kind of confirm the rest of that play. Realistically, that play should have just not happened in the first place. There should be 0 kills involved, and now that's just 2 donated to Ione.
Mac Mittens finds himself around this mid lane, but no target to play for, as the world now has all 3 kills on his team. Finds himself with a 1k gold lead into this Mordekaiser in the isolated 1v1. Little bit of a level lead as well. Finds himself a level up in this lane. A lot of that was from when Mordekaiser had to reset early in this game when they were level 3. Had a big wave push back into him, had him froze under his tower. Void missed a lot of XP, and that's where it started to fall apart a little bit for him, as plates are picked up on the bot side as well for Frenzy.
We can see that the gold lead's pretty much even, and that's because the gold lead in mid lane is also about 1,000 in favor of Cyclone on the Victor here. He's just doing a really good job of farming up, and being donated 300 gold and a bunch of XP by a level 5 Wukong definitely did not help things for Conduit here.
It was very kind of Killer Fox to keep his opponent in the game still, as grubs are going to be swept up off the map by that Wukong. He should be able to at least get two. No contestants coming out, so he's going to be able to get all three. And when you have that fed Yone on a side lane, he's going to make pretty good use of those grubs.
Yeah, exactly. Yone is probably the biggest split push threat in this entire game, barring a Mordekaiser, I guess, but obviously he's very behind. He's got a Bramble Vest in his inventory. It's going to be a while before he really comes online as a credible threat.
Yeah, and you said the Bramble Vest in his inventory. He's not indexing into any damage at all right now. He's just trying to survive the lane phase. What looks like Mr. Lean may not survive. He's going to have to flash back to his tower, but the Caitlyn ult comes out. Arsena doesn't want to block for it. Very lucky that Mr. Lean stays alive. Didn't even Q his karma either for the healing. He walks out. He knew the calculations. He knew Mr. Lean would live.
He ran the numbers.
As Drake is up in 40 seconds, that's why we see all the spot lane pressure. The world, soul unbound back into his wave, trying to keep the trading pattern going on, not letting Void have a moment of rest. Although the map, across the map, is at a moment of rest. As the bot lanes find their reset, they're going to start fighting for the second Drake, the Infernal.
It looks like they would really like to find a pick going into this, but there's just really hasn't been a great angle on the side of Tilt. Like, yeah, here comes Batman onto Ari, actually.
Yeah, but Ari's just going to use her Spirit Rush to dash away from the Ixtal's impact, and now going to look for the charm onto the Victor. It lands. Killer Fox not able to follow up, though. The Skarner just walling out the Wukong. So the charm landed onto Cyclone. Half of his health was taken. Ultimately, no kills coming out, and you did blow that Ari ult before this Drake spawned. A lot less combat power for the side of Coinflip now.
I think the thing Coinflip has to consider here is that all of their combat power that they have right now is Yone, and he is on the opposite side of the map with only his quest teleport available to him. He could show up here, but that's a big investment this early into the game.
Yeah, and it's a little late for that teleport as well. They have no vision on the Drake. Of course, we can see it's already almost dead. They're going to see now that it is taken two early Drakes, and the Mountain Soul is going to be the one spawning.
Mountain Soul, you've got to be pretty happy seeing that if you're on the side of Tilt Shadows here. Thresh and Skarner and Mordekaiser will make great use of all those extra resistances. And making Caitlyn and Victor that much more difficult to kill in the late game can only be a good thing.
And we see these trades from the world in topside. He's not necessarily hitting all of his Qs. Void is doing a pretty good job of sidestepping them while he's weaving in the auto attacks, but even then, the auto attack damage from the world is just too much to trade back into, as Mac Mittens finds himself up here, but we may be going for a dive on this Mordekaiser. Right now, it's just going to be the invade onto the blue buff.
I don't think he can really dive the Mordekaiser. He does have Death Realm available. He is going to find Killer Fox here and pull him into the Death Realm.
Cyclone is going to hit. He's going to go into the Death Realm, but Killer Fox is in a bad spot. He flashes over the slam. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the Death Realm. Now that Yone gets into the fray, Charm goes down. Yomi secures the kill from the bot side. Overall, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Coinflip.
2-for-1 and a stolen blue buff, so successful invade. I definitely think the dive was ill-advised, but the invade definitely makes a little bit more sense. You pull Mordekaiser away from his tower, and he is not quite so threatening, even in a Death Realm 1v1.
As Mac Mittens, being the good little support that he is, holding this mid-wave, waiting for someone to come back. Unfortunately, can't hold it for long enough, though, as Jammer J, exuding the aura of pressure, pushes the wave into the tower.
Well, that was an important, positive play to come out for Coinflip Patrol, because they've been having kind of a slow, I don't want to say rough, but a slow early game, and they definitely want to accelerate the world a little bit more here. He's still got those 3 kills. He has that Blade of the Rune King available. He is still trading pretty aggressively onto Void, but here comes Mac Mittens.
Mac Mittens hits the hook, but he has the Q3 up. He's just going to be able to dash out. All good for the world. Don't think you should walk back up to this wave, though. You have to think the support is still here. He's going to see Mac Mittens now. Another hook. Oh, he's trying to fake hook the recall animation. having none of it is the world, cancels the recall instead. And he's just going to have to do a little bit of dancing up here right now.
Here's
As
Batman.
the Ishtal's impact comes through onto Mr. Lean. Yomi already has to kite out. He's going to be kidnapped. It's a free kill over to Frenzy in the 2v2 in the mid lane.
I wonder if they're going to try and take the Rift Herald off of that. We don't have, or no, we actually do have the bot lane tower already down, so the value of Rift Herald is down just a little bit. We might see a bit of a counter invade here on the Killer Fox.
Yep, the smite is going to be a little bit early. Killer Fox is able to pick it up, even off the invade. Batman now going to shove him into the wall. Killer Fox using the clone to try to escape. Frenzy now gets engaged on, trying to frontline on the Caitlyn. Not the best idea. Killer Fox is going to be able to pick up the kill, and now here comes Jammer J. Hits the charm. The center route now onto 3 people. Everyone stacked on top of each other, and that's free value for the Senna and the Ahri. Void is going to be picked off on the backside as well. It's a double kill over to Jammer J, and this scrap in the river going all towards Coinflip. They're going to try to extend the play, but the hook is going to land. The tower shot is going to finish off the world. Cyclone able to trade one back. Will they contest this Herald is the question. He is at half health. Mr. Lean doing his best to wall him. Gets the root down. Mantra Q to provide a little bit of extra damage. Mac Mid is still trying his best to stay around the objective. Now seeing that it is taken, they are going to walk out. But overall, again, a positive play for Conduit.
I think we're seeing a bit of a lesson in making sure that you have your strong members involved in these fights. Yone was there. Fight went really well. Victor was not. Fight went very poorly. We need to be getting our Victor involved into these team fights, not just because he's the strongest member, but also because he really needs to get those stacks to upgrade all of his abilities and get that ultimate upgrade online as well. Just not having that extra big AoE magic damage available in that fight meant that they couldn't finish off the people fast enough, and the reinforcements for Conduit just showed up faster.
And now we have the Drake spawning in 30 seconds. Tilt still finds himself with... Oh, it's no longer a gold lead. They're down 100. The game is basically over. As Herald is going to be dropped here in the river with this Drake spawn coming up in 15, trying to get as much pressure as they can. The hook is going to connect. He's going to be able to clone out. It's Batman trying to find the NGH. We hop into the Herald. It's the Combat Herald coming out. Knocks up the Thresh, but there's not going to be any follow-up. Killer Fox now is going to get hooked. He's left all alone. He's going to try to get his way out, but the Ahri is maybe sacrificed. Has the Spirit Rush to get back. Caitlyn ult is going to be blocked by Yomi this time. We've learned our lesson, but our jungler is going down. They're going to try to push for this bot middle tier 1. The engage from the world gets a great chunk on the Mac Mittens, keeps the tower alive as well. Tower won't go down, but this Drake might.
It burns the Realm of Death out of Mordekaiser too. He tried to ult Yone so that he couldn't finish off the support, and that does succeed, sort of, but it does burn the cooldown and does not pull Yone into the realm.
They will be able to pick up this Drake, but what about the fight afterwards? Is Yomi now trying to make his way down? A good pull by Void, finds 2. Mr. Lean is just going to go down for free. The Blast Cone onto the Skarner, puts him back into the world, but again, the world is the tank shred on his team. He's very happy to hit that Skarner in the front line. As the Drake is gone, it is sole point now. 5 minutes remaining until that Mountain Soul spawns for the side of Tilt.
Conduit is going to have a little bit better of a setup for this next dragon, I think. Like I highlighted in draft, it's very difficult to retake space into a Caitlyn and a Victor and a Skarner. That is so much zone denial, and then you throw a Thresh on top of that as well. So you're watching out for Flays, you're watching out for a death sentence. You really need to be in the area before Tilt Shadows is.
Yeah, and like you said, we talked about it in draft. Who's the one to face check on the side of Conduit? There's no one that you can reliably send into a bush to try and get vision. If they get hit by a Thresh hook, they just explode. So they need to be properly set up around these objectives. So far, that hasn't been the story. That's why 3 Drakes has been taken by the side of Tilt. So they're going to land a hook onto the Karma. The play back, not going to be followed up on at all. Mac Mittens is now going to be rooted. This root from the Senna going to follow. A little bit of damage coming out. Mac Mittens doing his best to keep the hooks alive. The Cyclone finds a kill on the side, but Mac Mittens pays for his sins, hooking a little bit too far. Mr. Lean is going to be able to escape at 10 health with the root coming down. Frenzy's going to take a little bit of damage. Now the TP comes into the mid lane. Batman doesn't want this fight to be over. He's going to kidnap the clone, and he's going to realize it's a clone.
Oh, Batman, I'm sorry,
and from the
brother.
world, he's going to try to get him to the backline. He flash ults in onto Frenzy, able to pick up the kill. You thought the play was over, but the world just extends it, and now Yomi is going to do his best to try and kite down this Victor. He's taking a little bit of damage back. Killer Fox is now on the backline. He's going to miss the Ishtal's impact, which means Victor will go down, and now it's Batman all alone. Will he be able to take one, or will he just be able to walk out? The answer is walk out, as the extended fight goes the way of Coinflip again.
Yet another team fight where the Victor is just not involved for most of it. He showed up there at the end, but that's just too late. We need to see Victor in these fights from the beginning, and we probably would have seen that be a much cleaner, maybe 3 or 4 for nothing. But since he wasn't there, Conduit's able to pick up a lot of kills.
Yeah, now your Yone is very, very strong, 2k gold up, now sitting on his second item. We're going to see the punishment taken to Void. He's going to pull back the Yone to get himself to safety, but off of that one soul unbound, Void is already down to 1/4 health. He's going to have to walk away from this tower. It's more plates going into the world's pocket.
And that individual gold lead continues to climb. It's now up to almost 2,000 gold in favor. Meanwhile, that mid lane lead still kind of hanging around at about 1,000 in favor of the Victor, about 500 in favor of the Caitlyn. So it's not as if either team is really running away with this game. There's just a couple of matchups that are feeling a little bit difficult right now.
Overall, it is pretty close. Gold lead just about within 1k of each other. Overall, of course, you said it, some matchups a little bit ahead of each other. Mr. Lee now trying to find a gank in the mid lane. We're actually going to be avoiding the Lantern. Uses the net to get out of the range of the W instead. This Jammer J is going to be pushed a little bit in this top side, but he's very happy to pick up his plates. As Drake is going to be spawning in 1:10. And here comes the setup that Conduit Coinflip need. They're going to get their early wards base and try to keep that vision up once they come out of base again.
Victor is on 2 items and a Dark Seal with no stacks. They finally popped that mid lane tower for Tilt Shadows. That's got to feel pretty good for, keeping control of this river. But now there's plenty of time for Tilt to come in and just clear out all these wards that Conduit spent this time putting out. They just didn't really have any front line, any good way to defend this vision line.
They need to reset for their gold, and because of that, the space that they so desperately need is given up. MacMin's going to throw out a hook, but it's going to go wide. And now you're running into that dilemma again. How do you walk into this jungle? How do you get your ward set up? How do you get the priority?
Now we see Killer Fox kind of sniffing around for a Nimbus Strike.
He's going to hit for the hook. He's going to be pulled back as well. But the Cyclone on the backline. Frenzy's immediately taken down. Cyclone himself is now going to be taken down. The front line is still alive. Batman's going to have to flash out, but he's just going to be followed. He goes down, a 3-for-0 so far as Void going to take Jammer into the death realm. The Ahri should die here, but does Void die as well? He's in the middle of 4 people. He's trying his best, but he won't succeed. Overall, a 4-for-1, and it's the soul denied.
The world just hits a Fate Sealed right onto the Caitlyn, and Caitlyn is probably still the primary damage threat right now. Victor still needs just a little bit more time to get fully online, but that's like the biggest damage threat immediately taken out of the game in the face of Frenzy. Like, of course you're going to run over the fight after that, even with a pretty good impale from Batman to field.
Yeah, for a second you thought there was a glimmer of hope. Killer Fox was caught by the Ishtal's impact, pulled back into the enemy team without the clone up, but it gave him the free dash onto the backline. Don't think they were expecting that full turn, and once that came out, the world followed up over the top, which means they get a Mountain Soul. They're going to crack the bot tier 1. Still haven't been able to take down that mid tier 1. Caitlyn basically just sitting there playing the wave as long as she can, keeping that tower up. But now we have the Baron up and momentum slowly shifting over to Coinflip. They are down objectives, but every single fight that they have taken has just gone their way.
Exactly. The fights are really starting on their terms. Batman just hasn't really been able to find great angles. That Ishtal's impact that pulled Wukong in did give him access the Nimbus strike into the backline and knock them all up, which set them up very nicely for the world to then knock them down. And Jammerjay also followed it up pretty nicely. So the team fights are executing very well on the side of Conduit, and it seems like they maybe just need to slow down and play their setups a little better for Tilt.
MacMiddens is going to be caught here by the Cyclone and the Charm. He tried to lantern himself, but unfortunately, you can't jump to yourself and escape. There is no fun glitch to put you back into your own base, and off of that pick, seeing the Victor bot side, Baron is going to be started up. However, they are shredding their own resistances by starting this up. Now Mr. Lean is left a little bit alone in the pit, as the world is going to go in on the bot lane. That's a very dead Victor. Now as we pan back to the Baron, Killer Fox is separated from his team. Mr. Lean taken down by the Caitlyn, and ill-advised Baron start is going to cost them. Now Killer Fox is trying his best to escape. He's going to get the Cyclone, or the Clone, out away from Void. He's going to be able to walk this one out for now, as this whole time we saw the world get the solo kill. Now he's also getting a tower.
Yeah, I thought if they were able to get Killer Fox, they maybe could have turned on and taken the Baron themselves. But since he was able to juke them out so well with the Warrior Trickster clone, there was just not really a counterplay left available outside of taking that final outer tower in the top lane.
They are going to pivot the Mordekaiser now to answer that bot lane. We're seeing the same problem that we saw game 1 with our top laners, but reversed. So this time, it's who's going to answer the world on the Yone. Game 1, it was the Camille with Void. Now it's the side of the world. Who is your answer into this Yone on the side lane? We saw it can't really be Victor. He gets shredded. Mordekaiser's just a little bit too far behind to reliably able to collect it. So the world is going to have the time of his life.
We do see the Seeker's Arm Guard coming out from the Victor now. That should help a little bit, especially if you're able to Zonya's a Fate Seal onto you perhaps and force a couple of extra tower shots that the world is not expecting to take. But it's true, there's really not a great option to just send into this Yone right now. You just have to kind of hope that the 4v4 works out in your favor on the other side.
We're taking this time now to clear some wards around the Baron, but maybe they should focus on that bot side instead. Their soul is spawning in a minute 20. Their fights aren't going their way, which makes you think they may just want to try and force an objective. They're going to start setting up the vision. What do you think here? Do you think they force the Drake 5v5, or should they maybe try to go for the Baron instead while the opposite team is on the Drake?
That is a difficult proposition. I think neither of these teams have great Baron DPS, as long as Yone is not on it, of course, because Yone will absolutely shred a Baron, but I don't know. It kind of feels like I would really rather get that Mountain Soul, even if it does leave open the Elder Dragon for later. But just having that extra survivability into this high burst that we're seeing from Coinflip Patrol this game, the shield is super valuable.
Killer Fox, taking an aggressive position in the river, is going to have to back out once MacMiddens shows his presence. And now Victor is back from his base onto the mid-wave. They're going to try to fight for the prio in the mid-wave. MacMiddens again. Hook goes a little bit wide, but full control of the mid-wave is given over. They're going to have the first rotate into the river. And now you have no tank if you are Coinflip. How do you find your way back in? Already taking the control ward. The trap line is being set up. Your only entrance now is through mid lane, but it's control warded off. They have to face check through this bush, and that means you're going to get hit by the hook. Mr. Lean is going to be pulled back as well. Caitlyn over the top is going to be blocked. Jammer's in the backside trying to find the attack onto Frenzy, and he will. Now Cyclone is going to go golden, trying to keep himself alive. The shutdown going over to the Skarner, and he captures 2. But where's the rest of his team? Void is taking out the support. That's not the target you want to be focusing, as Batman is slowly going to be fried down. He's going to go down. Cyclone now on the back, shredded back by Yomi. The world picks up the Mordekaiser on the opposite side, and they tried to 5v5 the Drake. They tried to pick up the Soul, but again, they lose another team fight.
Yeah, they get it engaged onto the Karma, which is not your ideal target, but in the meantime, Yone and Wukong go flying into your backline, and there's just no one really there to peel your Caitlyn. Caitlyn like casts her ult, I think doesn't even get the shot off before getting knocked up by the Wukong, and she's dead before she even hits the ground. There just isn't really a good response to this heavy backline dive out of Conduit.
And that's going to be the Baron start for them, and it's going to be secured here. No jungler on the map. That's going to put them at a nice 6k gold lead. Look at the turnaround from the world from this game 1 compared to this game 2. Now he is the one running the top lane, finds himself 4k up. The jungler, Killer Fox, subbing in for this game 2, now 3k gold up. Everyone else across the map, basically even. The support does have a little bit of a lead if you are Mr. Lean, but I don't really count support leads as, like, much of a gold lead.
Victor's also about 800 gold up, but yeah, the rest is looking pretty even, but I mean, that 3k gold lead and the 3.5k gold lead in top lane is hard to ignore.
Yeah, especially when they've executed their dives so well onto the back line. The Hex Drinker now from the world to give him a little bit more survivability into that Victor when he sends himself in. Void is going to be caught on the grubs here. The world using all of his damage. Void is going to be not able to walk out the Q3, just barely hitting, and the pullback provides enough damage for the execute. Now you are a member down, staring down this Baron, and you are leaving bot lane completely open for the world to push. Hook is going to go wide as they try to defend this mid wave. Skarner is going to be rooted up and taking some damage, but the minions are just doing their thing on that mid tower, and the world is doing his thing on that bot tower.
And he will continue to be doing his thing on that inhibitor. No one is even moving to respond to the Yone right now. Finally, Victor is going to come out and try and clear that wave. But it's
Victor's going to be on the reset. Here's the hook onto the Karma, has to flash back and out. Batman tries to follow up, but here comes the world on the flank. The support is instantly down. Batman is rooted under his tower. He's going to be killed by the ultimate from the Senna. The world not even dying. 3 members down. Make that 2 as Void gets his respawn. We're going to be trying to play for this mid tower, but it's a great burst onto Mr. Lean. Here comes Killer Fox with the Cyclone. He's put into the death realm, though, as he's 1v1ing the Mordekaiser. I don't think it's a favorable matchup for him. His team doesn't think so either. They may have left him to die, but he dodges the pullback. As the kiting comes out, Void trying his best to stay healthy with Frenzy, but they're on the wrong side of the map. The Charm is going to land onto the ADC. Frenzy is going to go down, and here comes the top laner again. Yone absolutely shredding the front line. The ace is going to come out, and it should just be the end of the game. A dominant game 1 from Tilt, and now a dominant game 2 from Coinflip.
I guess you could say after game 1 that instead all is right with the world. He had a great game on this Yone. Absolutely shut down the Mordekaiser. Just really no angle to play, and I mean, look at all that damage. The damage graphs speak for themselves.
We can see how much the world did on the top lane, and it was such a great recovery from him. Really struggled on the Olaf, but absolutely took over the game on this Yone. How much of a difference do you think it is of their starting jungler, Killer Fox, being back in that lineup in this game too?
It looks like it made a pretty big difference. I know that his early game maybe wasn't great, and he definitely had a head scratcher play or two, but definitely seems to have made a difference, at least for his solo laners, who had a much more stable outing this time around.
All right, with the end of that game 2, the series is going to be evened up 1-1. Credits to Yomi as well, going completely deathless on the Senna with a 22 KDA. We're going to see if they carry that momentum into this game 3, or will Tilt Shadows strike back and take the lead back themselves? We're going to find out after this quick break.
All right. Have no fear, Chung. Salmo is here, finally back for the finals between Conduit, Coinflip, Patrol, and Tilt Shadows. I am still joined by Fenbach. Pelly has gone to bed, and after seeing Game 2, I am excited for the rest of this series, Fenbach.
I don't know how he could be falling asleep through that game. There was a whole lot of combat. It was quite the exciting spectacle. We'll see if we get a Game 3 that lives up to that standard.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for it. We're seeing the Nasus band hover here, which makes sense. Killer Fox has had some phenomenal performances on that so far this season. But Fenbach, as the guy who's been here for Game 1 and Game 2, what do you want to see changed up for the side of Tilt for this Game 3 draft after they had lost Game number 2?
It's hard to say because it feels like Game 1 and Game 2 were kind of lost in similar fashions. One top laner just kind of running over the other in a counter matchup. So maybe if we get something that's a little bit more stable for both sides, then we can see maybe the other lanes have a little bit more impact on the state of the game. But the Yone in Game 2 and the Camille in Game 1 were definitely big catalysts for kind of driving the early game.
Right, so we're hoping for the Ornn Scion matchup in the top lane, so the other lanes have their moments to shine for the rest of this series. But we won't know what it's going to be. I assume with Tilt going for that red side, they are looking for that top lane counter pick once again. So it becomes, what is the willingness of your blind top laner for the side of Conduit? But you never know. Maybe there is a more prioritized pick that Tilt wants to go for and giving counter pick to somebody else. But if the games went like you said for Game 1 and 2, where it's a top lane difference, I assume that that's what they're going to be focusing on. And it looks like we're getting a triple jungle ban here for the side of Tilt, really trying to lower down Killer Fox in his champion pool. But one of the best junglers on the patch still available, Jarvan, just going to be slammed away with that B1.
Might as well take it. That is kind of the last of the big AD bruisers right now. I think the Xin Zhao is still available. Could see that come out maybe in Game 4, Game 5. But definitely Jarvan, one of the premier junglers on the patch, really good for low mobility carries, of course. And there's a lot of those in the game, whether you want to pick them or not.
Yeah, we're getting a brand hover here, which is interesting. I'm curious if that's a flex between Jammerjay and Batman, but knowing Batman as a player, I don't really see him much as that carry-style jungler. I've known Batman to be that tank enabler jungle, and with a Mumu being picked up in that game number 1 by the side of Conduit, I assume you're starting to fall down the tiers here as Batman. No Sejuani, no Skarner, no Amumu. Maybe we're looking at something like a Zac coming up, one of the junglers he's going with. But we're seeing a Brand and Nami hover. So I'm a little curious if we're getting a run back of the old school Chinese LP boosting bot lane of Brand Nami.
It could be a mage bot. We did see it come out in Game 1 with the Syndra. Didn't quite lead to a win, but I wouldn't really fault Yomi and Lean for that one necessarily. And this time it would be on the side of Tilt, so maybe this is just something that they have prepared rather than the Conduit mage bot that we've already seen.
All right, we'll have to see where this brand does end up. It's still technically a triple flex for the side of Tilt, and now we're getting a Ziggs, so another potential mage bot lane here for the side of Conduit. But personally, knowing Yomi extremely well as a player, I much more prefer to see him on these traditional marksmans, and also, I just kind of am a known mage bot hater, but we're going to get Leona lock in, a good engage option here for Mr. Lean to be able to follow up on that Jarvan or be that initial engage for the team here. So we'll have to see what Tilt wants to go with as a response. Like I mentioned, the Zac is still available, but can have a rough matchup into the Jarvan. But if Jarvan doesn't use his flag and drag to stop the Zac engage and use it for his own engage, Zac has a free time for that re-engage. So we'll have to see if that jungle is going to be picked up here. But it looks like we're just going to get an Mbessa lock in here for Void, I would assume, up in the top lane, meaning they aren't going with that R5 counterpick top lane.
That means we need to pay some taxes here. Let's see a Renekton ban come out real quick from Tilt, because that matchup is very difficult, and I would imagine most people in this E4 Cap League probably have Renekton available in their back pocket. If they don't ban it, that is kind of a called shot, saying like, hey, I don't think you play the Crocodile like that. Because that is definitely like the premier. You picked Mbessa, well, I'm going to pick Renekton.
Yeah, 100%. It's picked in every elo for a reason, just because it is such a good matchup into the Mbessa. Another one that's pretty good. Oh, it looks like they're saying you don't got the Croc to the world, leaving it open here. But that also could mean it's not Mbessa top lane. Maybe it's Mbessa jungle for Batman. Maybe it is a flex pick for them because with the brand and the Mbessa being picked up, you have that flexibility with your draft here so far for the side of Tilt, and maybe that's why they prioritized the Mbessa so heavily. And with a Nocturne ban and an Neferi ban, it looks like they're banning out junglers, assuming that it is Mbessa top. So we'll have to see where this Mbessa or this brand itself actually end up landing for the side of Tilt. With their R4 here, you have so many options here to start prioritizing and establishing what your composition is and where these picks are going with this lock-in.
I feel like it's got to be breaking the brand flex here. No, it's going to be Shen locked in? Zach, okay.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So it is the Mbessa top. It is the Zac jungle. I'm surprised Conduit is taking so long with this lock-in, with the Renekton being available. I'm surprised that's not just the Slam. But now we're getting a Zahen hover, and you don't seem happy about that, Fenbach.
Just pick the Renekton, man. It's so good into the Mbessa. Zahen, he's fine, but like Mbessa is just gonna run circles around you. She's got such a big mobility advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I have seen the world play Zahen before, and he has had some phenomenal games on it, but I tend to agree with you. I feel like you have to just go with that Renekton here. It is a counter pick and a highly prioritized one in every meta or every scene for a reason. And going at the Zahen, like you said, this Mbessa is going to be dancing circles around you, but with a potential Talia here, a way to stop the Mbessa in maneuvering around in the team fight, and a way to stop Zac engage a little bit. So I do like that pick here coming out in the mid lane for the side of Conduit.
Yeah, Talia is definitely a good vibe here. Just makes the Zac way harder to play. Mbessa also going to get interrupted an awful lot. Vladimir being hovered could be interesting. It's not the longest range comp in the world for Conduit outside of the Ziggs, so Vladimir can get a lot of value out of that Hemo Plague.
Yeah, and if this is locked in, it looks like we're getting double mage bot lane with Brand Nami going up against that Ziggs Leona. The Vladimir, I'm very excited for. This is a champion I always love to cast because I feel like if you're picking Vladimir, you have to be so experienced on this champion, because if you are not, this champ kind of does a whole lot of nothing. So we'll have to see how polished Cyclone is on this Vlad, or even potentially this is going to be a Vlad bot for Frenzy and a brand mid for Cyclone. Who even knows at this point with this draft?
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Just like, I think that top lane matchup's probably going to end up being a skill matchup between the Zahen and the Mbessa. It's like, ugh. Like, I don't even know what to say. These comps are crazy. The brand absolutely has the potential to be doing a lot of damage. You're staring down 3 melees who are going to want to come forward, and that Zahen, the Leona, the Jarvan. Pyroclasm's going to have great value. Vladimir's Sanguine Pool and Hemo Plague are going to have great value. I think Tilt's put together a pretty interesting comp, despite the fact that it's featuring probably 3 champions that you don't see very often these days.
Yeah, all right. And with that, we are going to head to a short break here as teams finish up the incline drafting for game number 3. So do not go anywhere. Go get your hydration breaks in, and we will be back shortly. And we are into a pause for game number 3 between Conduit of Coinflip Patrol and Tilt Shadows. Conduit going to be taking the blue side, and Tilt going to be on the red side here. And looking over everything as we are going to have that pause for a minute, as we're going to get our beautiful faces on screen as we wait to figure out what the pause is. What champion are you most excited for in this game, Fenbach?
That's hard to say. I kind of like watching as Zach, but also I think the brand is pretty good into what ended up being shown from Conduit here. Like I was saying in draft, there's just a lot of good targets to bounce the pyroclasm off of. Probably a lot of AoE damage going to come out of that brand.
Personally, I'm very excited for the reason we are paused, which is Cyclone on this Vladimir mid. Apparently, he is AFK currently, but I always love seeing a Vlad be played, especially if they're played at a high level. I remember all the way back to last finals for BOL with the drink on the Vladimir, kind of having a pop off performance on it. So really excited to see what Cyclone can do on this one in this game personally.
Yeah, Vladimir always an interesting champion. It's probably going to be a pretty good matchup for the Talia here. Isn't going to be worried at all about the seismic shove or the unravel to earth for the any of those dash stuns unless you know accidentally protobelt into them.
Yeah, for sure. And I've already said it, how much I hate Mage Bot, so I'm a little upset personally that we have 2 of them in this game with the Ziggs and the Brand. So, hopefully it's not going to happen. They're able to sway me as we are back loading in here and looking over at the Keystones and Summoner spells. Is anything sticking out to you here, Fenbach?
Not particularly. I think the Storm Raiders is maybe going to stand out a little bit just because pretty much every champion in the game has been trying to get away from running Storm Raiders. But I guess I just don't think Vladimir really has great other options. You'd just be taking like Airy or Deathfire Touch at that point.
Yeah, I think the thing that stands out to me most is the top lane where Void has gone for the TP and the World has gone for the Ignite, so looking for more of that lane aggression. I feel like Void probably could have taken Ignite as well, but wants to have that TP available earlier and that shield for the team fight impact, while the World just going to try to look to take over the lane in the 1v1.
It definitely Zahen's a bit more of a split pusher than the Ambessa. Ambessa still can absolutely take control of a side lane, but she doesn't have like the big auto attack resets like the Darkened Glaive to cut through a tower with quite the same speed.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the World ends up using this Ignite while Void has the TP that he can use. As you can see in bot lane, Frenzy able to get the early shove in onto Yomi and Mr. Lean as Macman is just going to get some nice poke there with the ebb and flow. I assume that Brand is going to have the shove for the early lanes until Yomi's able to get access to that explosive field and some points into that bouncing bomb to be able to match the wave clear. So not really too surprising in that one. As we can see on the minimap, Killer Fox looking for an invade on the Raptors. Batman's going to spot him now. Killer Fox wrapping around, looking for an early gank here onto Cyclone. He's going in with the flag and drag. Cyclone going to get hit up by those shards. Going to have to flash away. Killer Fox flash follows, loses sight of him in the brush. And now here's MacMittens level 2. Going to get slowed up. Killer Fox still looking for this one. Tidecaller's blessing use from the move speed, ebb and flow as well. Killer Fox not going to get anything but the flash off the invade and then just walks back to his own side of the jungle. I surprised he went to his blue when he could have just immediately gone on to Batman's blue buff there.
Yeah, it's gonna do a lot of damage to his tempo, really. He still has those Krugs up on the bottom side of the map. He spent probably 30 seconds on that play, and now he's just gonna start clearing his blue side jungle. Maybe he's just gonna look to do these 3 camps and then maybe make a play towards top side, get the Zahen going.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Killer Fox does, because like you said, that is just a massive tempo killer here, and like I said, he had full opportunity to just take the blue buff of Batman. Batman was still on his Raptors that entire time, and there is going to be no pressure from Cyclone or even MacMittens if he started to take that one up. Now, Batman's going to find a nice small advantage for himself, and we'll have to see what Batman's going to do with this one as... Yeah, I'm just a little perplexed by Killer Fox. He's going to finish his blue buff and path right up to the Scuttlecrab to make sure he can at least secure that for himself. But he still has that Crub camp and the Gromp. His camps are going to be on such awful timers in this early portions of the game.
We'll have to see if maybe the gank threat is going to be able to make up for that difference, but definitely Batman's going to come out of this with a much better clear cycle in his jungle. Much more cohesive having for the rest of the game, basically, and he's still going to get one of the crabs. I'm surprised that Killer Fox felt that he had to go for that top lane crab so early compared to finishing his clear.
Yeah, and a big thing about this is Batman should just be able to hit level 6 before Killer Fox. Just because Killer Fox is down 1 camp of XP, Batman got his full clear, so that means the fight for the second Scuttle spawn is going to be way more impactful for Batman than it is for Killer Fox. Now Batman sitting around in bot lane, potentially looking for a gank, just going to take his first reset of the game here. Probably going to be going for that Bomby Cinder into the Sunfire Cape. Zach is so efficient at it, and like I say, you can see it picked up immediately there as Killer Fox double longsword and inventory, so looking for a little bit more damage, probably going for the Sundered Sky build. Would not want to see a Profane Hydra out of him this game.
No, I think you probably want to have a little bit of a bruiser profile out of your jungler this game. You do need just a little bit of frontline to play with the Zahen and the Leona, and to be more of a credible dive threat onto that brand as well.
Yeah, and I like game number 2 where there was no front line on the side of Conduit. At least they have one in Mr. Lean this time who is able to walk in and phase check those brushes, but it never hurts to have another bruiser alongside just to make sure that you are not going to be soul chunked out before team fight starts. As now we can see Killer Fox looking for another invade, but going to be spotted on vision here. Batman's going to be able to finish away these Raptors, and now look at the difference here. Level 4 to level 5, and Batman still has perfect cycles of his camps. Killer Fox even not going for his wolf camp here, selecting to immediately path top because Void has burned the flash and the public execution, the world with no ignite, no flash as well. So Killer Fox just going to hang around here, look for a potential gank angle. I'm not a big fan of his pathing this game.
No, he's definitely not doing himself any favors here. He needs to clear those wolves, probably get that Gromp as well, and then probably needs to head down towards that bot side, see if he can't do anything about the dragon. But Zach is just so up-tempo, and that's not very typical out of a tank jungler like this.
Yeah, 100 to 100%, because Zach's going to be able to get his Gromp here. He should be able to get that second spawn of Scuttle because his bot lane always has Prio, and right now Cyclone is pushing in that mid wave, shouldn't be taking a reset relatively soon. So Batman's just going to have that level 6 way before Killer Fox is in this game number 3. We can see Void still pushed up in the top side, did take that reset, TP'd back, so is up in the HP advantage over the world. So maybe Killer Fox is going to look for something in the top lane again, but he's just looking for an invade angle, and we'll see. The red is up for Batman, so we'll have to see if he is going to be able to grab that.
It would be nice to get that, but as well, we see Batman invading onto the red side here, so it'll just be kind of neutralized out.
No, Batman, go take the red. Go take the red. Take the red, take the Krugs. No, he's just pathing up. He's going to try to contest his red buff, but he is going to be too late on this one. I'm also not a fan of this play out of Batman. They could have just had that first dragon already secured, as now Void is being fought against in the top lane by Jammer and the world. He's going to try to jazz out, but now Killer Fox is behind him, knocked up, pulled back, slowed down, and Killer Fox, despite the bad pathing, is going to be rewarded with that first blood gold.
All him. Don't worry about the Weaver's Wall. Don't worry about the Zahen. It was 100% Jarvan in that kill. First blood for the jungler, and now all sins are forgiven. He's got a 400 gold lead.
Yeah, all sins are forgiven as Cyclone is going to be punished, but MacMittens finds a nice bubble into some ebb and flow damage onto Jammer J, but Cyclone going to be just fine in this lane. He's going to be constantly healing himself up with those empowered transfusions from the Crimson Pact, and the flick back not going to connect there. The empowered volley not going to connect at Jammer J, and Cyclone's just going to walk away.
Be interesting to see if we're gonna see a dragon fight.
Oh wait, and Yomi just gets a solo kill bot lane onto Frenzy.
Our directed camera's not feeling very directed today. That just he's dead.
He's just low.
Yep.
Bouncing bomb.
And
Mega Inferno bomb. No flash used, and yeah, Yomi just picks up the solo bolo. All right.
Definitely could have flashed out of that. Just chose death.
Oh yeah, 100% could have flashed out of it. And he has TP. It's not like he gets punished if he flashes out and just walks away and doesn't get hit by another bouncing bomb. All right, definitely interesting. I think the more interesting thing in this game so far, despite Killer Fox's pathing and some decision making, is Cyclone. Oh wait, hold on. Mac Mitten's gonna have to flash away from the Cataclysm out of Killer Fox, and now Batman's in the area. Cyclone is hovering as well for this first dragon, but before we panned away from that, before we panned into the action, Cyclone has a pretty significant CS lead in the mid lane over Jammerjay.
I think we've been seeing that basically in all 3 games. The one where it was probably the closest in terms of the CS was the Silas game where he was playing into Vagar, where you're melee into range, you're going to miss a few minions, it is what it is. But Cyclone has pretty regularly been getting a lane advantage just by being better at last hitting the minions this time around.
I think it's just more surprising because he's on Vladimir, notoriously pretty hard to get that early CS on, while Talia has a bit of an easier time thanks to that threaded volley, but Cyclone doing a phenomenal job so far in this game, farming up for himself, almost sitting at that 10 CS per minute mark, just a little bit below it. But neither team electing to go for this dragon just quite yet. You can see Batman looking for another invade angle, as looks like Killer Fox just going to start up these Void Grubs, and now we have the angle. We have a few points of that Elastic Slingshot for the extended range, but not going to be going for it. Going to be spot on that ward, going to be taking a reset here, so Killer Fox is going to get the first neutral objective of the game with those Void Grubs for free. And like you said, Zahen, a split-pushing threat, going to feel very happy about having 3 of those in his back pocket.
Yeah, it feels like there hasn't really been any contest on these Void Grubs at any point during this series, so it's nice having the split pusher and getting those 3 grubs. It'll be always valuable to have that little extra grub spawn whenever you're on that split, and the extra true damage really does add up over time.
Yeah, I'm just a little surprised here. Mr. Dwayne gonna get the stun onto Mac Mittens. Mac Mittens taking a lot of damage, and big shout out to the Raiders over from Team Apex. Thank you very much. We are in game number 3 of our Platinum Finals between Conduit, Coinflip Patrol, and Tilt Shadows. So stick around. Hopefully you enjoy this action as the Aqua Prison is going to land on to Mr. Lean. Then the Elastic Slingshot is in, pulled back with the Stretching Strikes. He's going to fall down. Not quite yet, as now Killer Fox is in on to Mac Mittens. He's going to be able to get that kill as a lot of damage is being returned. Another Elastic Slingshot onto Killer Fox. Killer Fox trying his best to get some damage as Batman flashes in with the Stretching Strikes. He's going to pull both of them back in, but Killer Fox is running away. Yomi's trying to return some damage as the Weaver's Wall is used by Jammerjay to get in the spotlight a little bit too late, but it ends up being a 1-for-1 with the supports being traded.
I think Jarvan already has his Sundered Sky there, and that made all the difference. He was able to get so much healing to not go down to that brand passive explosion. Would have been a very good turnaround from Frenzy, but there's just not quite enough damage to cut through all that extra healing coming out of those Sundered Sky bonus autos.
Yeah, and the world gets a pretty big chunk there into Void, as Void is actually able to even it out with all the abilities out of Ambessa. Don't ask me which one is which, I only know which one the public execution is. Mac Mittens is here in the mid lane to help Cyclone shove this one out, potentially looking to get that reset in because he doesn't have TP, just wants a little bit of help, make sure he gets a good time here. Now Batman's in the top lane, here's public execution after the E is used, and now here goes the ult for the world trying to escape this one. In the meantime, the side of Conduit Coinflip Patrol going to be starting up the Dragon as another Elastic Slingshot is going to connect. The Void is going to be able to pick up that kill, but it comes at the price of first Dragon to the side of Conduit Coinflip Patrol.
Dragon definitely not being prioritized this series. I think it's been an average of about 12 minutes when the first one goes down, and that is not very quick soul stacking, but definitely good to get a kill onto the Ambessa here. The Zahen did not pick up the first kill onto Ambessa early in this lane. That was shamelessly stolen away by Jarvan the Fourth, so having a little bit of extra gold in the pocket does help even out that gold differential through the CS gap a little bit.
Yeah, and as somebody who plays in competitive leagues as well, I'm surprised these guys aren't prioritizing Dragon as well. I always make sure my team is on top of that because the extra stats you get from souls is just so impactful. So I'm surprised that it's been an average of 12 minutes for the first Dragon taken, when I think in this game specifically, Till had so many opportunities to take that Dragon early and they end up losing it, which I'm a little shocked about. As we can see, first items being completed across the board right now. We have the top laners completing their first items. Trinity Force for the world, as Void is going to get that Eclipse. Junglers both on their first items. Killer Fox was to his a little bit earlier. Jammer J on his first item thanks to that assist goal, getting the Blackfire Torch. And then, oh wait, Jammer J is going to get the solo kill onto Cyclone in the mid lane.
Yeah, no ult, no flash, no ghost expended, just Cyclone dead.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure exactly how that one happened, but Jammer J gonna be feeling pretty good about it. As we're gonna rewind in time a little bit here, as he's just constantly landing these threaded volleys with the Deathfire Touch and the Blackfire Torch. Cyclone uses the Sanguine Pool, looks for a nice flick back into the stuns, and that is what is gonna do it. Very well played there by Jammer J. And then, oh my God, emotes on him, emotes on him too.
Just a misstep. Cyclone pooled absolutely nothing while under no threat, so good punish.
Man, definitely. Oh wait, Batman here in the mid lane. He's gonna land the stretching strikes. He's gonna get the pullback onto Jammer J. He's gonna try to get some damage here, but he's losing out on that trade. Jammer J doing some good chunk damage there to Batman.
Killer Fox getting a little cheeky down in this bot lane, but no one's really here for him to attack, so he's gonna wander off somewhere else.
Oh wait, hold on, there might be play in the jungle as Batman and Michelin both going to be caught out, both going to be trapped up. The Mega Inferno Bomb over top is going to be the first one down, is going to be Mac Mittens, as Killer Fox is going to be able to pick up the second kill onto Batman. 3-0-1 on the Jarvan now, and Yomi sitting 2-0-1 on the Ziggs. A very well bush bait for the side of Conduit. Coinflip Patrol going to reward them with accelerating their pace even more.
That's pretty much exactly how you want that combo to go. You land the knockup, you hit the Cataclysm, and you drop a Mega Inferno Bomb when there's nothing they can do about it. Mac Mittens did have the flash available, but I just don't think really had the opportunity.
And the world gets a solo kill top lane onto the Void as well. I pan over to Twitch chat, see somebody talking about a D4 cap player. The world says D4 or not, I am gonna be the one winning out in this top lane.
Grim Deliverance has grimly delivered Ambessa back to the fountain. That Zahan's a difficult champion to keep down, even if you're able to get a lead on him. He just scales so oppressively.
Oh wait, and Batman might actually be caught out here. A nice flick back into the threaded volley, and then it's just trying to Elastic Slingshot his way out of there. Not going to work as Mr. Lean flashes in, gets a stun on the Cyclone. Cyclone flash in response, but that's all that's going to be coming out of that play. Another very well played set up there by the side of Conduit. Now they're going to be rewarded with the Rift Herald.
And no towers have gone down this game yet, so the Rift Herald does still have a little bit of value in that you can pretty much guarantee that first tower take. There's just, I don't think there's really any angle that Tilt can respond to this one.
Yeah, feels like this game is slowly slipping away for the side of Tilt. They still have opportunities with their teamfight combo, but with how accelerated Conduit is getting, their teamfight combo is a little bit better with Killer Fox and Yomi being fed. Yomi gonna have to flash away from a nice placed Aqua Prism by Mac Mittens. So, trying to get some punishes on the side of Tilt Shadows. They're gonna have to get one of these plays to fall their way eventually to start clawing back at that gold lead.
Zahan looked to be a target there for a minute, but the Grim Deliverance is available again, and he will heal more if he's able to hit multiple champions, so it's a pretty difficult 1v2 right now. Or 2v1, I should say. There just doesn't really seem to be another good attacking. Maybe onto the Ziggs, but Yomi's playing really safe.
Yeah, I mean, you did burn his flash, so attention should be starting to be played there, but like you said, with how safe Yomi has been playing, it's going to be a little bit difficult to be able to get that gank off unless you're looking for that full dive. Cyclone's actually going to get flicked back, stunned under the turret, going to use the Sanguine Pool, Protobell his way away, but he's getting slowed up by the threaded volley. He does have the Crimson Pact. This Solar Flare comes out over top, another flick back, and Jammer J is going to be able to get the kill with a small slowdown assistance out of Mr. Lean.
You just couldn't get that Crimson Rush Enhanced Transfusion off. Played the range pretty well there from Jammer J. Good little assist dropping that Solar Flare from Mr. Lean. What more can you ask for? Good kill. Just another punish onto some greedy positioning from Cyclone that we've seen in this game.
Also, Mac Mittens gets a nice Aqua Prison onto the Rift Herald, so it actually cannot be ridden to get that bonus damage to potentially get that first hurt in the mid lane. But in the meantime, Killer Fox just soloing down the second Drake of the game. Gonna be the Chemtech, and we're gonna be getting another Mountain Soul in this game. Similar to game number 2, gonna be a similar one in game number 3, as the World and the Void are training up in the top lane. Void's gonna get ignited, gonna have to flash away, but he goes back in with the ultimate. Public Execution is used, and now the World is just going to walk away. You'll be able to get the first turret down in the bot lane, thanks to probably that satchel charge out of the Ziggs. Now Killer Fox a little bit overextended. The side of Tilt is looking to go for this one, as Batman is not going to hit the Elastic Slingshot, and then out goes Killer Fox. The tidal wave used by Mac Mittens, but Killer Fox just getting away.
Yeah, nothing doing, just shortchange that Elastic Slingshot a little bit, and that means that Killer Fox gets his nice little flag and drag out to safety. Did burn Cataclysm, and it looks like there are some low-ish health bars down there, so it's probably a bit of a trade, but not enough.
In the world, Void gets the World extremely low, but just not able to pick up the kill there in the top lane. Gonna get a turret plate for himself, though, but that's about it in that one.
We gotta check in on this Conduit plot armor, man. I swear to God, they've had so many fights where people are getting away on like 10 HP or less.
Yeah, we did just check in on it. Mr. Lean completely whiffs the Solar Flare, so I think we know how that one's going to go, as Cyclone gets extremely low from the damage coming out from Yomi on 2 items now with the Ludens and the Horizon Focus as well. Going to be dishing out so much damage on this Ziggs, as we see Executioner's Calling picked up for Void for that 1v1, as Yomi has the Oblivion Orb. A lot of healing on the side of Tilt Shadow, so it makes a lot of sense, as we're starting to see people get on their way to second item completions, but gonna be a little bit until we start seeing those fully built up here, as top laners just trading with each other once again. Void getting a better trade onto the World right now. World going back in, trying to trade. Grass procs being used. Shield comes out from Void, and ends up being relatively even.
Yeah, it's a long trade, not quite long enough.
Oh, Public Execution used, but not connected on in the top lane. But Batman and Mac Mittens still here for the assist. The World goes in. They're still looking for this one. Aqua Prison not going to connect. The Elastic Slingshot comes out. But there's the Grim Deliverance getting some nice healing back. But it's not going to be enough, as Void's going to be able to pick up the kill onto the World. But it's going to come at a cost of the mid lane outer turret. Conduit Coinflip Patrol, 2 times the World has fallen down. They have been paid and rewarded for it.
I think the Executioner's Calling really made the difference there too. That was a 2-man Grim Deliverance. That would have been a lot of healing normally, but since he had those grievous wounds, meant that he was still kept low enough that Void and Batman were able to finish him off.
Void should be able to pick up this top lane turret, get the gold back for his team, get that objective bounty, get some gold. They're still only down 4k right now. It really hasn't grown far past that for the side of Conduit in this game. So we'll have to see when it does really explode open for them, or clawed back at slowly for the side of Tilt Shadows. The Mountain Drake spawning in 1 minute 45 seconds, and I expect to see a team fight over that 3rd Drake.
It kind of feels like Tilt really needs to get involved in a team fight. The skirmishes just aren't working out for them in the way that they would hope. They really just want to be able to throw down Pyroclasm and Hemoplague and a Tidal Wave and Let's Bounce and just really blend a bunch of big AoE damage together and make it work, and that just hasn't been an angle that's been presented so far. But it should be said, Conduit also has a pretty good team fight, so it's gonna be
a nice flank here out of Killer Fox. J with the ult, gonna cut them off. Batman is gonna be caught out right now. He's gonna try to get away. Left bounce is used. Hemoplague used over top out of Cyclone, but Cyclone gonna get flash flagged and dragged. He's going extremely low. He's not gonna get the healing back from that. Now Batman taking a lot of poke damage, gets low, but Mac Mittens heals him up just enough, and it's just gonna be the 1 kill onto Cyclone out of nowhere.
Yeah, good pick. Good use of that Talia wall. No flashes really available.
Oh, wait, Talia gets stunned under the turret, taking a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter because Frenzy's instantly deleted off the map. Mac Mittens extremely low, and the damage from the brand not there to take anybody down on the side of Conduit. Plot armor is available to them in this game number 3.
It just can't quite finish off all these kills. The team fights keep going in the way of Conduit, and there's a lot of straws on this camel's back. One of them's gonna break it.
Yeah, eventually something has to fall Tilt's way. They get extremely close every time, but just not enough to get over there. As we see, second item completed on Frenzy, does get that Rylai's, had it in that play in the bot lane, but Dealey Andrews picked up for Jammer J. Black Cleaver picked up for the World. So the side of Conduit a lot stronger as this dragon is on the Rift. Batman trying to create the space for his team. Cyclone going in, getting his poke on the lead. Flash in, two-man Aqua Prison into the two-man Elastic Slingshot, but it doesn't matter because Killer Fox does so much damage on the backside. Cyclone extremely low, getting lower, falls down to Killer Fox. Yomi already picked up the first kill on MacMins of that team fight. Jammer J escaping with 2 HP as now Batman in the passive. Frenzy gonna have to run for the hills here as he's gonna be caught out now. He's gonna have to flash over the wall. Flag is used. Drag not there. 4 down for Tilt Shadows as the dragon gonna go the way of Conduit, putting them on soul point.
That's the second time now that we've seen that combo. Flag and drag, Cataclysm, Solar Flare, Mega Inferno Bomb absolutely deletes 3 people from the side of Tilt. There's just nothing they can do about it. They're never in threat range. Now the world's going to be shoving down this tower while we get the dragon taken. We're staring at Soul Point and an 8,000 gold lead. It's looking like a very difficult hole to pull yourself out of.
And it was actually a great Aqua Prison out of MacMins to land onto 2. Batman follows it up, but the damage just isn't there for Tilt Shadows at 23.5 minutes into the game. They're just not able to finish off those low HP bars, get that big burst that they are looking for. The World's Recall is going to get canceled. Cyclone going to take damage. He's going to get pulled back here, going to get knocked up. He's ignited as well. Going to pop the ultimate, and he's going to go into the single pool, but the World does not care. Going to use the Grim Deliverance to send Cyclone packing 0-5 now on this Vladimir.
I don't think this was what you had in mind when you said that you were excited to watch the Vladimir play.
Nope. No, not at all. I did also preface it with, like, you have to be so skilled at Vladimir to be able to get full advantage out of this champion's kit, and it just feels like Cyclone, just, no offense, isn't very proficient with it.
I mean, I've seen Cyclone have good games on the Vladimir before. I just think that he has been punished at every turn. Like, any time that he has misstepped, he has basically paid for it with his life.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like it's not going to get easier for him in this game either. You can see the only people who have fallen down so far on the side of Conduit is the World twice and Mr. Lean once. The real carries fully untouched in these team fights. Yomi almost on that death cap. Spear Visage picked up for Killer Fox. Rylai's picked up for Jammer J. Endless Hunger on the World. We see second items completed for Batman with the Spirit Visage. We see the Spear Shojin come out for Void, but you're still not at that the death cap here for Cyclone. Yomi just picks up the third item with the death cap. So you have 3 items on your main carries on the side of Conduit while you're still waiting for that second one to come in for Cyclone. It is such a big gold advantage here, as now Killer Fox is going to get a 2-man cage into the Mega Inferno Bomb over top, doing some good damage. Frenzy getting extremely low. Max range item going to connect, going to get the kill on to Frenzy, as now there goes the Hemo Plague on top of 3, but Cyclone doesn't have the damage. They don't have it to get anybody low. Batman and MacMins have to run for the hills as Conduit just winning out on these plays over and over again. A beautiful flick back onto Jammer J. Cyclone gonna fall down. Yomi with the bouncing bomb to pick up Mac Mittens as well. And now in the top lane, the World looking for the 1v1 against Void. Not gonna get it just quite yet. The passive falls off, so he's not gonna look for the dive. But Baron gonna be the focus here for the side of Conduit, and there's gonna be no stopping it out of Tilt Shadows.
Well, maybe Batman can get a nice little flyby smite steal, but that's kind of your only angle here. The fights are just not going in your favor at all. Now you're staring down the guts of an 11,000 gold lead and a Baron and Soul Point here in 2 minutes, where Baron is still going to be on. There's going to be so much free priority on the side of Conduit. I just don't really see a good angle back into this game for Tilt Shadows.
Yeah, I hate to count my chickens before my eggs hatch, but it feels like Conduit should be moving on to the match point with the advantage they have in this game. Like you said, they're going to still have Baron on their side when their soul does spawn, and it just feels like the damage is just not available for the side of Tilt in this game. Frenzy and Cyclone got put down extremely early, and being a full AP damage comp, if Void isn't involved, and not having the damage to get through anybody who isn't building a lot of magic resist just feels so bad for them. I'm not sure what they can do to get themselves back into this one. They're going to look for a play on the world, but he's going to be walking away. McMahon flashes in, does hit the Aqua Prison, but the Grim Deliverance is used out of the world to just walk away.
That's a couple of good cooldowns burned, but I don't know that that's necessarily enough. It would have been nice to get that kill onto Yomi if the knockup had landed, but good flash away keeps it safe.
Wait, Killer Fox is going to get hit up by the Aqua Prison here. Stretching Strikes is out. They're going to get the pullback onto Killer Fox, but here comes the ult out of Jammer J to separate them from his jungler. And now they're just using Baron to do a lot of work for them. Some good damage there onto Void, but he's going to get healed up very quickly. The world still pushing in the mid lane. Batman going to be looking for the play. Elastic Slingshot used. Stretching Strikes used to pull him back in, but he's just dealing so much damage back in return to Batman and staying at full health in the meantime.
That Dark and Glaive extra healing is doing an awful lot there for the Zahen. There's just no damage backing up Batman. Your Vladimir.
Oh wait, they're gonna get the public execution on the Killer Fox. He's gonna flash away. Stretching Strikes is not gonna land. Elastic Slingshot not gonna land. He's able to walk away. As I lose my voice for a second, but it doesn't matter because the team fight has started. They're all in. Cyclone is down. Micheline able to pick up that kill. Dirt falls. McMahon's gonna fall down as well, but extremely low. Batman he's gonna try to fight this one out. Killer Fox low as well. A double kill for the Leona support. Yomi gonna be able to pick up one, and it is Batman falling down. It is a 5-0 ace for the side of Conduit. Coinflip Patrol marching down the base, Baron in hand. Soul not required. Match point secured.
I mean, those team fights just fell in favor of Conduit consistently from start to finish. Talia ended up being such a good checkmate pick. There's so many dashes, so much mobility on the side of Tilt Shadows that they just really could not employ because of that Unraveled Earth providing so much value in these big AoE team fights.
So I did not see game number 1. I did catch game number 2, and I did obviously catch this game, but I think this was the most one-sided victory in this series so far. It kind of felt like Conduit, despite the questionable early game out of Killer Fox, just found an early play and then just continued the snowball and made it impossible for Tilt Shadows to have a comeback in this game number 3. Very dominant out of them.
Yeah, definitely. There was just really no good angle to attack once, like, pretty much every damage dealer fell behind. Void did pretty decent on the Ambessa, did do the most damage on his team, did outdamage his counterpart, but doesn't matter when your mid and 80 carry are getting their damage doubled on the other side.
Yeah, a very rough game for Tilt Shadows here in game number 3. Gonna have to bounce back and hopefully send us to Silver Scrapes, or Conduit will reclaim their throne as King of Platinum BOL. The only way to find out is after the game 4 draft and what happens on the Rift. We're gonna head to a short break here. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. And we are back for game number 4 draft as Fenbach enjoys his cinnamon roll off on the side here. Tilt Shadows gonna be on the blue side. Conduit, Coinflip Patrol gonna be on the red side for our potential last game of the night.
I just got so ganked by going in on this champ select, but here we go, baby. Let's see if we're gonna see another triple ban on the jungle coming out of Tilt.
All right, we'll see if they go for the triple ban or not. We'll see what happens. It is a double ban so far. Akali going to be banned away from Cyclone here by the side of Conduit Coinflip Patrol. After how Game 3 went there, like, we are not going to give him one of his best champions. I think they have been banning it away all series. I'm probably correct with thinking that. I think it is his best champion, so not surprised to see that banned away. Aurora going to be banned away. Sin... Okay. Killer Fox is 1, not Chinese enough, and 2, not high enough elo to play Lee Sin.
That's also a different ban. It has been Shyvana the past couple of games, so I wonder if they're looking at a first pick Shyvana here.
Alright, we'll see if that actually does come to fruition here for Batman. I'm not sure how much he does play Shyvana. It's actually going to be a Trundle ban here, so don't even want to give over that pick to him as well, feeling like he is pretty low down in his champion pool, but it is going to be that Shyvana lock in. We'll have to see what Killer Fox goes with now that 4 junglers have been banned, 1 has been picked away. Xin Zhao, like you had mentioned, is still available, so we'll see if he does pick that one up in response, but kind of feels like Shyvana doesn't have a lot of great counter picks available to her right now.
It is kind of the strength of getting a champion like this deep and fearless. You might as well just go for something pretty generically good like the Xin Zhao. You could also go like a Dr. Mundo, but might as well just save that for a potential game 5. There's a couple other champions around the jungle tier list that are still playable.
Right, it is going to be that Xin Zhao picked up here, like we kind of did believe would be showing his face here later in the series. Still extremely strong despite nerfs coming through to him. You just build the old school AD Bruiser build and you're perfectly fine. They really nerfed the AP build and the healing you get on that W, so Thunder Sky going to do its work as Jinx going to be the lock-in here for Yomi, the E4 Cap League champion itself. And, okay. If this is locked in, this is one of Jinx's worst matchups. Twitch is so good at dealing with carries who want to stack lethal tempo in a fight. You just show up, add a stealth with the ambush, you get your PTA or lethal tempo, whatever you want to go, and you just delete them before they can even stack it up because you get such an attack speed steroid when you come out of stealth. Twitch going to be the lock-in here. And now, I'm going to say it's going to be a little bit controversial. The sport I want to see locked in right now, slam the Yuumi.
That is controversial. I was going to say maybe a Lulu would be a good angle here, but Twitch is definitely an AD carry where I wouldn't want my AD carry to play it if he's not already confident on it. It is sort of a different playstyle than most ADCs. You do kind of have to play a bit like an assassin. You kind of have to do some weird positioning tricks, so we'll see if Twitch is something that's actually pretty practiced for the Tilt ADC or if it's a matchup they're just kind of calling the shot on.
All right, so I saw somebody say it in Twitch chat. They did want to see the Cyclone Hui, and we are going to be getting this here in game number 4. The Yuumi, not locked in like I wanted as a Yuumi fan myself. Love playing that champion, so a little upset it's not going to be locked in here, but we're going to get a Diana lock in here for Jammer J in the mid lane as the counter pick to the Hui.
Yeah, definitely Hui does not like champions that can get on top of him. He only has that fear to really kind of self-peel. But it will be pretty easy to hit that fear on someone who is dashing at you in a straight line. So let's see if Cyclone can keep up the high level of play that we saw in the first 2 games and hopefully not have a repeat of the rather disappointing Game 3.
Lulu banned away, the champion you wanted to see paired with the Twitch, not going to be available to them this time. It's also a self-ban to them with the Jinx, just because Jinx Lulu is just a classic duo bot lane. It just kind of does everything you want to. You still have a lot of options Jinx can pair with. Jinx can play with both of the engaged supports and the enchanted supports. So we'll see what Mr. Lean is going to want to lock in here. Milio, the potential ban here for the side of Tilt Shadows with the time ticking down think that one's going to be locked in here. So now that the enchanted supports are going to be picked out, what do you think we're going to start falling into less played enchanters like the Jannas, the Sonas, Sorakas, or are we just going to be still getting some form of engaged supports? Is Alistair also going to be banned away?
I can see maybe just a Braum paired up with the Jinx, keep her nice and safe from that Twitch, use the Unbreakable to block the spray and pray, so that you aren't just getting obliterated from off-screen by a rat with a crossbow. But in terms of engage, Alistair was kind of the premier option left.
I mean, we still have Rel available, I believe, so we'll have to see if that's going to be picked. Blitzcrank is still an option, so we'll see if either team wants to prioritize that one. But with less enchanters being picked, Blitzcrank isn't ideal, and like you said, Fenbach, this is why you are the color caster, and I am the humble play-by-play man. Braum can be paired up with that Jinx to stop that spray and pray from the Twitch.
Yeah, it was either that, or maybe you could have saved R5 for support and got something like the Renata, but Braum just feels like the safest pick here. It pairs up well with the Jinx, keeps her nice and safe. You don't see the support for the Twitch yet, but there's only really so many big threatening options left. Could end up being the Rel or the Rakan that match up pretty decently into the Braum. I think I'd like to see the Rakan.
See, I'm gonna say it. It's gonna be a little bit controversial again. Yumi's still
say Yumi.
available, but hold
I
on.
still don't like
Janna. I think Janna goes crazy into Conduit's comp. Like, that tornado and the monsoon just stopped the engage in its tracks from the Zinzao and the Diana. So I think that's a really good pick here, but we're not going to go with the Enchanter as the Rel is being hovered here. Sion was the lock-in for the top lane, but no, Fedbach once again. Rakan gonna be the Twitch pair. Retired now. You are on it. You know what? You know what? Fedbach, go hit the casinos because you are on a hot streak, my friend. All right, now what's gonna be the pick of the Scion? What's gonna be it here?
No, there's too many options for that.
There's too many options. It's not
too many
pinched.
good picks. I mean, it could just be like Shen. That's a pretty good matchup. I don't actually know what Void and the World have in the champion pools. Aatrox is a classic matchup.
Okay. I was thinking this is a potential Jax angle for the World. He is a pretty good Jax player himself, but gonna go with the Aatrox here. So once again, the side of Conduit gonna have a lot of healing options, but less of a front line in Mr. Lean not being on the Leona. Only really Zinzao, Aatrox, and Braum, kind of more bruiser-y to be able to face check brushes for them. But definitely two interesting drafts here. And now, gotta ask you, Fenbach, are we going to be getting Silver Scrapes tonight?
I think the real question mark for me is the Batman Shyvana. It's not a pick that I've seen him play, but it also has been reworked since I've seen him play. So, could be that it's just like more of a back end of Fearless dive threat that he has waiting in the back. I like the Twitch Rakan. I think Sion's really good. But that Conduit comp, you can get a reset pretty easily, and that Diana is pretty threatening onto that no mobility backline. I think I'm gonna give the edge to Conduit here just a little bit. So yes, Silver Scrapes. Wait, no Silver Scrapes.
That'd be no Silver Scrapes. All right, so Fenbach, thanks for ending this in 4. Me personally, I would love some Silver Scrapes so I get more casting action before we wrap our pro season here, but before we even have the idea of finishing up casting today, we still got this game and potentially one more to play. We are going to head to a short break here, so you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a little while. And we are back for game number 4, a potential last game of the night between Tilt, Shadows, and Conduit. Coin flip patrol. Tilt going to be on blue. Conduit, similar to their icon, going to be on the red side. And now I got to ask you, Fenbach, anything sticking out to you, summoner spells or keystone-wise?
Yeah, that Glacial Augment Rakan is kind of sticking out to me. Usually you'd see Guardian, but I guess the slow helps with the relatively low mobility team comp that we're seeing on the red side here.
All right, we'll have to see how this plays out. These could be the last decisions of the season here for the side of Tilt Shadows, or could potentially push us to that game number 5 here. We can see it's going to be a relatively slow-ish early game here, especially for Batman. Really wants to be cycling through those camps 24/7. Get to that first item, potentially a second item, really before being involved. So he's kind of telling his lanes, y'all better be stable because I am not looking to gank y'all.
Yeah, absolutely. And meanwhile, Killer Fox definitely on a champion that can get out and impact the lanes a lot more. We saw on the Wukong in the, I believe, the game right before you joined us. He was making moves all over the map when maybe he should have been farming up to try and get to that level 6, but the Xin Zhao definitely a champion where you can have impact from level 3 onward.
Right, we'll have to see how much impact Killer Fox can get in this game. As Macman's gonna hit the level 2 first, get a nice little bit of damage here. As Mr. Lean takes a lot of damage in exchange for just that level up there.
Yeah, Braum does have a bit of like a slightly higher than usual health regen, so he should be okay, but definitely took a rather hefty trade there.
Alright, Jamie J gonna go in once he gets that level 3, get some good damage, but Cyclone gonna be able to return it in tandem, basically go even on the trade here. So, not really much happening. I think Jammer really needs to hit that level 6 to be able to have that full solo kill pressure in the lane, but we'll see if he's able to get it any earlier than that. As you see, both junglers just so far looking at that full power clear here, both on their red buffs at relatively the same time. Mac Mittens, thanks to having the early shove and Frenzy getting that cheater, it's going to find a potential play in the mid lane, but Jammer gets the ward in, not going to be able to get that gank off in the mid lane.
Spidey senses tingling there a little bit. Nice ward, spots out the roam from Mac Mittens. Obviously had the timer since Twitch was off the map.
Yeah, and maybe also a little bit of that Conduit plot armor, just like has the sense. And now, because of where that ward's placed, with where MacMins is sitting, isn't spot on vision because of how long that river brush, that side lane brush in mid lane is. Unless it's completely in the middle or slightly off to the middle, you don't get full coverage of the brush. As now, Killer Fox was looking for a potential play in the top lane onto Void, but not going to be able to get it to go through there.
If Killer Fox had stuck around in that bush a little longer, he might have been able to get it. Void was walking up to drop a ward, and could have been in a bit of a compromising situation, but gives up on the play, and he's going to take a little invade into this top side instead.
He's looking to go back here, but Void getting hit by that Scry's Bloom is just going to back off, not even giving an opportunity of a gank angle. But never mind, walks up, the wind becomes lightning, going to be used into the Audacious Charge, going to get the 3-town strike knock up, and just get the Conqueror stack, get some good damage on the Void, but Void is going to have to take a rough recall here because World is freezing him. But Killer Fox has to burn the flash at the top lane. Void also flashed as well, so Void able to live. Gonna have his wave in a rough spot, but does have TP available to him.
Yeah, a little bit of a greedy dive, but I don't think there was a huge risk factor involved for Killer Fox there. Would have had a nice solo kill for first blood had it worked out, but just doesn't quite get it. Looks like Scion's probably going to get that Bramble Vest as quickly as possible here, and then probably build into something else beyond that.
Yeah, he's gonna get a good trade there onto the World just because of that TP advantage to him. You can see that Batman with that first recall already has that Sheen immediately back on that power clearing path. Killer Fox with the triple longsword in inventory. Yomi on his first recall did go for 2 longswords. Not gonna have that call like Frenzy does off the cheater, but the World's gonna take a lot of damage from Void here. He's gonna have to use a flash of his own, and Void not able to get the solo kill because had to use his flash earlier.
Ignite from the World, though, means that he's going to have to walk all the way here. We can... Oh, I don't like that Void is resetting. He could very easily clear this wave, shove it in, and deny a bunch of XP. Looks like he actually will realize that.
Yeah, potentially does hit level 6 off this wave too, depending on how much early XP he was zoned off of. So we'll have to see. Not going to be able to hit it. You can see how close he is to that level 6 there in that little purple bar on the bottom. But does clear the wave. Potentially going to deny the cannon, but not too much else. As now J goes in, Cyclone going to get the fear onto him and then just able to walk away from the play.
Yeah, Hoy staying alive is going to be kind of the key here. Diana's going to have a lot of pressure in this early game, especially with the Electrocute available. The name of the game is just going to be make it through this early game and get to the team fights and skirmishes where that AoE damage coming out of your Q abilities and your passive is going to contribute a lot in these team fights for Hoy.
Yeah, Void gonna get knocked up there by the Q1 and the Q2. Q3 gonna get some good damage onto him as well. He did get that early Brambles like you expected him to in this matchup. Gonna have the refillable as well, so not gonna have to be spending all that money on those HP potions. But taking a pretty rough trade here out of the world. The world getting some good damage here. He's gonna hit those Infernal Chains. The snapback is there. Ignite is down, but he's not looking to turret dive. He's just gonna go for the little bit of damage there on the Void. The Q not gonna connect out of Void there, but the world is a really good trade on to Void. He does have that unstoppable onslaught if he does want to take a reset, but not looking to do so just yet.
You probably should. A World Ender can enable the world to take a dive here. Definitely would be enough damage coming through if he's able to dodge away from a knockup.
All right, the Flaming Smash not going to connect there. Void going to get hit by that first bit of the Darkened Blade. The Roar of the Slayer going to get the bit of damage, but doesn't matter. Void going to be able to nicely CS that up, but much earlier first dragon in this one. Going to be 7 minutes for it to be taken. Infernal Drake going to be claimed here by the side of Conduit, and now it will not be that Mountain Soul in Game 4.
Significantly earlier. The dragon will spawn in about the time it's been going down for the rest of the series this time, so trying to get a little bit of acceleration going, especially because there just hasn't really been any threat out of this bot lane quite yet. Twitch and Rakan have not really been able to push the issue onto Yomi here.
Yeah, and I think that's just with how Yomi and Mr. Lean have been playing this lane. They've been willing to be shoved in a lot early, and once Yomi does get some more AD, get some levels into that switcheroo, is able to basically make it hard for Frenzy to clear these waves in time. You have to look for the cheese plays when you get on this Twitch. You want to be breaking turrets early as a side of Tilt Shadows to enable Twitch to look for these long ambush plays and be able to get those assassinations off.
And we're looking at pretty even lane states. There's a slight lead for the Hui and a slightly larger lead for the Aatrox, but everything else looking pretty even so far. A good trade on the Void from the world. It's just not a very fun matchup to play when you're the Scion early game.
No, and you expected this to be the case of the top lane with the CS advantage, but it doesn't matter. As long as Void is stacking up that passive on the Soul Furnace, you're going to be feeling pretty good. And having as much as CS as he does, you're feeling even better about it, honestly.
Absolutely. All that little bit of health helps. The only percent health damage in Aatrox's kit is in that Deathbringer stance passive. So having a bunch of free health in your back pocket feels pretty darn good if you're Void.
Void Grub's going to go down uncontested once again, as we are going to get a pause here. Curious what this is for. It didn't seem like anybody was having issues. Potentially Batman was having some connection issues is my only guess, but we'll have to see what that pause is, as we do get to see our beautiful faces once again before the game does end. It says, getting word that the support, not sure which side, has disconnected, but overall, we have had a pretty nothing burger of an early game besides a couple of neutral objectives going down here.
Yeah, I mean, I expect that too. The Xin Zhao and the Aatrox are definitely going to be more threatening in the early game than the Shyvana and the Scion. Twitch could probably be forcing things a little bit more aggressively onto Yomi, but I just don't think they've really been presenting themselves as a really feasible angle of attack so far.
Yeah, and I think that is just showing how well that Yomi and Mr. Lean, like I mentioned, have been playing this lane. So we'll have to see when the Twitch really does get to do something in this game, because He has the ability to really put out a lot of DPS in these team fights if Mr. Lean uses his shield at the wrong time. So we'll have to see how the side of Tilt plays a team fight when it does break out, as well as the side of Conduit. They have a pretty interesting team fight comp with the Diana being really their main form of engage in this game.
Yeah, Diana, and then maybe if you're gonna get a good unstoppable onslaught out of Void. But that one's a little bit easier to react to than the dragon dropping down over your head with a big fear.
All right, Void getting some good damage onto the World. World immediately going to pop the World Ender once we are out of this unpaused. This Infernal Chain snapback is there. The Ignite is there. It's still a Flash and Double Onslaught as we get the pause. And who's going to get the kill here? It might be a 1-for-1 in the top lane, but the question is, who gets the first blood? And it's not even a 1-for-1. The Void is gonna get the solo bolo in the top lane. Wait, Super Mega Death Rocket is gonna be body blocked by Batman.
Yeah, it was just a good play by Void, punishing some over-aggression from the World. World still didn't quite have that flash, I think. Otherwise, probably.
Alright, hold on. MacBains goes in. Yomi gonna have to use the flash as now Frenzy is gonna have the opportunity to open up, but actually he's gonna get stunned up instead. The zap gonna hit onto the cannon minion as now MacBains is gonna walk away to his 80 carry, but Conduit is the one to win out on that trade. But Flash and heal used by their bot lane, both ultimates expended, and it was only the ult used by MacMittens in that play, so more potential opportunities for kill angle onto Yomi in this bot lane as there goes the grand entrance. Is going to connect, but nothing else really coming out from it.
Spray Spray's still available. Definitely want to have the quickness, though, for that extra little engage. I mean, Lean just did a really good job zoning Twitch out of that fight. Just did not really have an angle to get in and auto-attack the Jinx, who is the only target worth hitting.
Alright, and you do see those ninja tabbies. Thank you, Wall Classic, for coming back and letting me call it by the right name. Picked up here for Void, but he still is going to be losing out on these trades for a little while, as the World is just playing this matchup pretty well, just getting a lot of poke onto Void, but we saw him. He's the one who ends up losing the 1v1 in the lane when he tries to go under Turret Frenzy. Now looking for a play. Batman in the area, going to be spotted on the ward. So the bot lane for the side of Conduit was already backing away, but going to just back away a little bit further.
Yep, they'll just take the resets. Lean's going to walk up this river a little bit, pay a visit to Jammer J, or just grab a couple of vision wards and head back down to bot. Not really anything to fight for at the moment. Mountain Drag coming up in 1 minute. We could see a scrap over it, but I would honestly not be surprised if it's just another dragon given over.
Yeah, and this early game is extremely close. We can see just from the gold and the CS in inventory. Hold on, Jammer J might be engaged on now. There goes the grand entrance. The ult is used out of Batman, but it doesn't matter because Powering Despair is there. Jammer J going to get the ult snap back onto Batman, but Batman just going to be able to walk away from that play. They use 0 flashes in the melee lane on Tilt. Jammer J uses his and still falls down.
Killer Fox here in the area. Batman at about half HP, and the Dragon's Descent has worn off. Shyvana is about a third as threatening as she is when she is outside of that ultimate form. I think this might end up just being another dragon given over.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they want to play for it. Batman still does have Flash if they want to contest. There is still TP available for both of these top laners, as Void is going to get some good damage onto the World once he gets back into this lane. But with Batman taking the reset, Jammer J TPing back in, it's just going to be the second dragon going to be picked up here for the side of CCP.
Yeah, it's fine so far to let these two dragons go. It's obviously not going to be a mountain dragon. It's a chem dragon, actually, for this soul. I think that feels pretty good if you're on the side of Tilt Shadows here. Or sorry, of Conduit here.
Alright, hold on. The top lane.
Healing,
World getting a lot of damage on the Void. He's not going to get the knock-up out of the Darkened Blade, and Void might just be able to get away from this one. I thought it was going to be a much more extended play there, but not, as first items being kind of completed across the board right now. Trinity Force now on Batman. You have the Deathfire Torch on Cyclone. The Yuntal, hold on. Now in the bot lane, Frenzy actually going to get hit by that Glacier Fissure. Going to have to flash away. The dive is there out of Killer Fox. They're going to be able to pick up that kill as nobody falls down. Now the play is being looked on out of the world. Cyclone and Void are looking for that one. A knock up in the bot lane. Adam McMahon's been pinned back to the top lane. Filing Despair is used. Ignite is down on the Cyclone. Jim J going to be able to pick up the kill in the bot lane on the backman as the world has to run away, but he's not going to be able to get away from that one. Cyclone able to pick up the kill in the top lane.
Mid laners picking up a couple of kills on their respective side lanes. Batman getting found out here in the jungle, though. Does have the Dragon's
Descent is used. He's looking for a lot of damage here onto Killer Fox, but Jammer J is there. He uses the Moonfall Batman flash away and is able to survive his bot lane turret. He's going to be secured. First turret of the game to the side of Conduit.
It's looking pretty good. I mean, it's hard to say it
Still
looks bad
so
for
close.
either
It's
side.
still so close.
Very tight game. It's a very slight gold lead. I think the only major difference is that a tower went down.
I also would say that even with like the small gold lead because of the tower going down, even if the gold was even, you got to be favoring ever so slightly Conduit in this one so far, just because they have the dragon stacking. They're already on 2 dragons. Like, I think that is the big difference in this game so far. It feels like Till just like is looking for awkward timers to be making plays around these Drake spawning. We'll have to see what they do with 3rd dragon, because I feel like they're starting to get to the point where Batman's online on the Shyvana. Frenzy really wants an opportunity to open up on this Twitch as they're looking for another play onto the world. The world is going to pop the world ender. He's going to get flashed in by Void, knocked up by the decimating smash. Batman is here as well. No Dragon's Descent. They're getting a lot of damage here. Going under turret. Another knockup. Void going to be able to pick up that kill. Batman taking up the turret. He's going to try to get away from Killer Fox. Killer Fox is going to pop the Crescent Guard. Going to get knocked up again by Void. Now the Batman is out as they're still looking for this play as ult is used by McMittens. He's not going to be long for this world. Killer Fox is going to be able to pick up that kill as Void still looking to 1v2 this one out. He still is extremely healthy. Got to get the knockup. Cyclone not going to be able to get the bit of damage to follow it up. Mr. Lean is looking for it. Another one coming down. Cyclone not going to be able to connect it as Mr. Lean is going to get stunned up. That one's going to connect. Spiraling Despair is there. Glacier Fissure is used. A Unstoppable Onslaught by Void to buffer it through. Is going to be able to get that one as Cyclone tanked up the turret. Killer Fox is going to be able to pick up that kill. Void with an empowered turret goes extremely low, and Killer Fox, we know he has Sundered Sky. World is on the way, and Void gonna fall down. Top lane goes in favor of Conduit.
Oh, I think there's just a slight misinput there at the end by Cyclone too. He threw down that EW, the Eye of the Abyss, but he had the fear lined up immediately.
Oh wait, no, Jammer J is actually caught out here in the jungle. Dragon's Descent is used. He's going extremely low. Frenzy trying to get in range, but Batman is gonna be the one to pick up that kill. 2-0-1 on the Shyvana, but Killer Fox 302 on the Zinzao.
Mr. Lean is here too, so the play is not quite over. Now it finally will split things up a little bit. Let's take a breath. We got Dragon coming up in a minute here. We got a tower going down in the top lane. We do have the Unending Despair finished up for the Scion. He will be very tanky in a team fight. Diana's the only AP damage on the side of Conduit, and she doesn't do a whole lot to tanks.
Yeah, a big issue with Dragon spawning in 45 seconds is Batman does not have his Dragon's Descent stacked up, and he got zoned off the Scuttle Card from hitting. Now Killer Fox is actually going to be caught out here. Spiraling Despair is going to be tanked up by Mr. Lean, and now McMahon's fully disconnected from his team. Is going to use the Battle Dance to be able to escape. Jammer J flash in is not going to land the Moonfall, and McMahon's going to land on the Batman and Cyclone instead. One down. Batman running for the hills is going to try to fight this one out with Jammer J, but he's going to fall down to the Crescent Strike, and Conduit is going to pick up another winning play before the Drake does spawn. Now Frenzy actually gonna get hit by the Wind Becomes Lightning. He's gonna go extremely low. They're gonna try to get away from this one. He's gonna fall down to Jammer J as well, and now Void is left all by his lonesome. Mr. Lean is gonna survive with a plot armor once again as nobody falls down on the side of Conduit. 4 in total down for the side of Till and Dragon. Soul point secured for the side of Conduit. Coin flip patrol.
Surely they can't keep getting away with it. The coin has to land on tails at some point. They just keep getting away with these super aggressive, super close plays. They never seem to be getting punished for it though, so hey, might as well keep doing it.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the side of Tilt decides to do with this next dragon spawning. You can see full kill participation in this game so far on both Killer Fox and Mr. Lean. Everything being revolved around them. Second items are being completed here. You can see Killer Fox on the Sunder Sky, on the Black Cleaver, Jammer J on the Storm Surge, and the Abyssal, not the Abyssal Mask, oh my god, the Shadow Flame as well. So a lot of burst damage coming out of this mid lane Diana, which is to be expected.
You got those Gluttonous Greaves too for a little bit of healing and the extra damage you might hear when you're higher on HP. Those boots are getting nerfed next patch. I think they do deserve it.
I wouldn't know. I never build them. I play support.
That's fair.
Like, no idea. But now they're looking for a play on World. He's going to have to flash away from Cyclone. Unstoppable Onslaught is used. He's going to dash away from that one. Killer Fox in the area. Going to get knocked up by Mac Mins. The World popping World under. Once again, Dragon Scent is used. But Batman going to get knocked away by the Crescent Guard as well. And both parties for Conduit make their escape.
Good attempt, but they just aren't able to follow through. A lot of good plays.
Oh, wait, hold on. The play isn't over yet. The side of Conduit wants to go for this one. 2v4. Killer Fox going to have to flash as well. Spiraling Despair not going to connect. The Q not going to connect out of Void either. Batman tanks up the turret. He falls down. And now Killer Fox is going to fall down as well. But it doesn't matter because they're able to get the second kill onto Cyclone as well. They get mid lane turret as well. And it becomes a 2-for-1 in favor of Conduit in the 2v4. Never mind, Jammer J breaks a Nexus, sorry, not a Nexus, an inhibitor turret already in the bot lane before 20 minutes, and that could be pivotal because it is bot lane. He gets the kill as well, and that means that bot lane is going to have constant wave push when Baron does spawn.
Just absolutely one-shot Twitch without even using Moonfall, by the way. That cooldown is still up and available if they decide to go for this Baron. It looks like they're just going to take their myriad advantages that they've gained by winning everywhere across the map all at the same time, and they're going to go back and spend their money.
For reference, Jammer J did get the kill onto Frenzy, but he was already extremely low from Yomi and Mr. Lean making a play on him when they did break the mid lane outer turret. So you could call it a solo kill, but it was really influenced by them making the play originally. But the play in top lane goes south for the side of Tilt Shadows. Then bot lane outer turret claimed by Jammer J, bot lane inhibitor turret claimed by him, inhibitor claimed by him, mid lane outer turret claimed by Conduit, then mid lane inner turret, and one play just completely broke open the game for the side of Conduit Coinflip Patrol.
Well, plus the 2v4 in the top lane, if that went unmentioned, where they picked up 2 kills and
I think I mentioned it.
Just a ton of time.
Oh man. Alright, Baron gonna be started here by the side of Conduit Coinflip Patrol, and they do not want this series to go to Silver Scrapes. They want to be ending it right now. Void gonna use that TP in the mid lane. Baron still aggroed here thanks to Batman clearing the control ward, but it finally drops its aggro. We'll see how both sides want to go. Frenzy all the way down in that bot lane, clearing away those super minion waves. So it is a 4v5 in any fight. Void gonna be getting engaged on here by Killer Fox. Gonna get feared up. The ult is not going to be, no ult popped just quite yet as Mr. Lean takes some poke here. We'll have to see how this keeps going. Frenzy looking to walk over, but is still sticking around in the area. And as long as the side of Tilt Shadows slows down the Baron, doesn't let the side of Conduit take it, they're getting free gold on their AD carry.
I'm so surprised that they let Tilt push them off the Baron so easily. They are so much stronger. They're all 5 members. They can absolutely take a team fight, and they just walked away.
Yeah, now they're taking resets. It looks like they want the Soul over the Baron as it is spawning in the next 35 seconds. You can see second items on both AD carries here, both going for Runaan's as their second item. As the second item picked up for Cyclone, Leandri's Blackfire Torch, double Black Cleaver on the side of Conduit Coinflip. As I believe that is the second item picked up there for Void. I'm not entirely sure which one that is, as it is on a cooldown currently. I think it's Randuin's.
Randuin's Omen, yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Looks like he's building into, if I had to guess, a Spirit Visage with the 2 very small components in inventory. I don't hate it.
Yomi gonna have to flash away from the Spiraling Despair here. Now Batman is looking for a potential angle. Rift Herald is spawned in the mid lane to get the pressure. Dragons descend in onto the back line. Crescent Guard is used to push them away. Batman is going extremely low. Frenzy finally has the opportunity to free fire. Yomi extremely low with no flash, gonna fall down to Frenzy. And now the Twitch can slide, glide, space his way away. The world's gonna fall down. Jammer J on the backside. It's a little too late as Tilt reclaims their spot in the game. The spot lane wave being pushed in by the super minions. TP gonna be have to used by Cyclone to clear this away, but no soul claimed in a perfect team fight scenario for the side of Tilt Shadows.
And where was Jammer J? That's their big go button. The Moonfall is a huge part of this team comp, and Jammer J just wasn't in the fight at all.
Oh my gosh, I think if Jammer J's there, that looks completely different because he just immediately gets onto Frenzy and Cyclone on the backside TP flank on the red buff ward that we can see and just completely obliterates them, just completely late to the play, and it is what wins Tilt that team fight and stops the soul sacking and keeps this game going for even longer. Amazingly played by them, punishing the missteps by the side of Conduit.
Absolutely. Good angle to find where you're just like, oh, their mid laner's not here, the one that one-shots 2 of us if you press all your buttons. We better take this fight right now. And they sure did. And it worked out for them.
I think I'm more surprised about Mac Mittens living in there. He was so deep and was able to make the escape before falling down, which is kind of important. Like, Rakan's one of those champions where it's very important. Because there is a Jinx on the enemy comp. Let me rephrase that. I was way hold on. Killer Fox going in onto Batman here. Batman gonna get knocked up by the Glacier Fissures. Does not have Dragons Ascend yet. They're trying to burst him down before it becomes available, and they're gonna succeed for it. As now Yomi is excited. Spiraling Despair gonna get a lot of damage across it, and stunned up is going to be the support. Mac Mittens is now Yomi is still looking to press forward with the rest of his team. Mr. Lean is going extremely low from Cyclone. Gonna burn down, pop the Locket Shield. Still taking the tick damage, and he's gonna be able to live on 10 HP, it feels like. As now Unstoppable Onslaught is used. Gonna get the knockabout to the world. There goes the Decimating Smash as well, as now Jammer J flashes in, is gonna try to find Frenzy, but Frenzy flashes in, is gonna be able to pick up a double kill here with the space gliding. Now the world falls down. Jammer J is the only one left, and now here comes the shot from Cyclone from far range, looking to get this kill on his opposing AD carry. A nice sidestep there by Jammer J. Cyclone is still looking for this one. Flash in, fear used. He's gonna be looking for the auto attacks. There goes the stopwatch, but he's gonna have nowhere to go after until he's saved by Mr. Lean himself. But Frenzy, with some great spacing, is able to get 2 and win the fight, and now Baron should be going over to Tilt Shadows.
It starts out good, but as the fight goes on, there's just so much more damage coming out of Frenzy. Yomi gets caught in an unfortunate position. No summoners left to help him out. No peel left from Lean. There's just nothing left to keep him alive once those backline dive threats get onto the Jinx. Meanwhile, Twitch just gets to walk into the middle of the team, use that rune ends, use that spray and pray. Big AoE damage comes through. They're able to win the fight. Unfortunately, they aren't able to get out onto the map in time to claim that Baron, though.
All right, I feel like Frenzy has turned on the dubstep Twitch space gliding 1v9 playlist the way he's played these last 2 fights. 3 items completed for both AD carries with Infinity Edge in inventory. You can see the full Zonia is now completed for Jammer J, just the arm guard there for Cyclone. As you can see, Executioner's Calling picked up for Void on the Scion in the top lane, which is definitely an interesting choice after... Wait, hold on a second. Didn't he start with Bramble Vest? When did he sell Bramble Vest?
At some point before buying Executioners, I suppose.
What the hell?
I don't love that.
Yeah, I don't either, as now Baron is going to be started up here by the side of Conduit. Void split pushing in the bot lane. Does have TP. Jammers is going to be coming up the stop of the Baron aggro. I don't even know if they started up, to be fully honest. I just saw them around the area, so I made an assumption. But right now, we're just in a little bit of a lull. Both teams kind of sticking around, waiting for potentially the soul for the side of Conduit to be spawning in the next minute before they really want to get some action going. The world splitting in the top lane. Void going to be taking a reset to respond to that wave, but never mind. Cancels it to look to get that bot lane turret for his team, get a little bit of an influx of gold, as the world and Jammer both going to be taking their resets right now before this next potential dragon fight.
Yeah, this dragon's really going to be important here. Obviously, they're important as it's a soul fight, but this is also going to kind of dictate the rest of the game. We're staring at a 700 gold difference at 28 minutes into the game, and that's basically nothing.
Yeah, 100%. We can see Guardian Angel was picked up for Killer Fox before we pan over to the gold differences there. Last Whisper in inventory here for Frenzy, so he is going to be able to shred so much in these team fights here, but they need to get mid-wave control on the side of Tilt Shadows. They're grouped up for it right now. TP available for both top laners as they are on the side. Mac Mittens looking for a potential angle here, but doesn't go for it just yet. Frenzy now in the ambush looking for the control ward in the mid lane. Is going to have to be cleared away. As the first one to TP is the World as Void walked over. Dragon started up here by Yomi. They can quickly DPS this down on the side of Tilt. Shadows already down to 5k, 4k. They're looking for the angle on the side of Tilt. They're looking to go in. Rooted up is Batman by the Flame Chompers. Is going to be claimed here. MacMan is zoning out Yomi from the fight, but the Dragon's descent is massive. Frenzy gets a free fire. A double kill for Batman. Frenzy's able to pick up Mr. Lean. Killer Fox in the pit alone. Yomi by himself has a 1v1 Batman. He's trying to glide this one out into the GA. Barrier used. Batman going extremely low. Flash by Yomi getting kited out, but he's going to fall down. He's going to be a full ace for the soul, for the tide of Tilt Shadows. They have the mid wave. They have the Baron. Whatever they want is for their picking. Soul be damned. They're making the comeback.
Just that big AoE team fight comes out again. They're landing everything onto multiple members. There's 3 people just in the bounce house constantly getting knocked up. Back on the ground, knocked up again. 2 people are going to split into this mid lane, grab this tower, grab the inhibitor, and the rest of them are going to go grab that Baron.
Right, very well played by them once again. Like you highlighted, that AoE teamfight composition works perfectly for them. Yes, they don't stop the Dragon Soul from going over, but Frenzy got the free fire once again and just absolutely eviscerate members on the side of Conduit. And also, shout out Mac Mittens completely zoning Yomi away from that fight once he did get excited. He was so far disconnected, couldn't provide any DPS. And yes, there's burst on the side of Conduit with Jammer J, but there's no consistent DPS if Yomi is zoned away like that. And that was a extremely pivotal part of that team fight for Tilt. They get the Baron, they have the gold advantage now. Now the question is, how do they use this?
They didn't even get excited for Yomi. No one died in that fight on the side of Tilt Shadows. It was
The-
just
the
a
dragon.
5 for nothing.
The
Oh,
Dragon
true.
take.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Baron is being stalled out a little bit here by the side of Tilt, wanting to get resets off before they look for anything. And it kind of feels like they got Baron as a consolation prize with the way they're using it so far. We'll have to see when they go for it. Frenzy's just going to go bot lane, try to farm up even more gold for himself. And it looks like they don't even want to fully use the Baron to its advantage. Now a potential play in the mid lane is going to be looked at here by the side of Conduit, as they're going to be able to just walk away from it on the side of Tilt.
Just not quite able to get in range. No big speed buffs or anything. No Shirelias on the Braum, so weren't able to get in range to actually impact anything there. And Void is quite the imposing brick wall to be standing right in your face.
All right, wait, Dragon's Descent is used. A Sable Onslaught as well. They're looking for the damage onto the World. Yomi charmed up on the backside. Crescent Guard is used as well. Macman's being zoned away from the team. Batman going low. He's trying to fight this one out as Jammer J goes in. Doesn't get the Moonfall onto Cyclone, but it's a team fight starting to be won by the side of Conduit Coinflip Patrol. Frenzy trying to space glide, but he's going to be able to fall down. Wait, no, never mind. He is space gliding. He's got a triple kill so far. He's looking for even more as Void is looking for the kill on the Killer Fox. He's going to be able to pick it up. I have never mind. His squad's going for Frenzy. Maybe it's going to be the Pepta, but never mind. It's going to be the kill over to Cyclone, and it's Frenzy 1v9 space glide on the Twitch. Gonna send us here 2 silver scrapes in the Blue Otter Platinum Finals.
As he drops that Mastery 46 emote, I guess this is not a counter that they had prepared. Rather, it is a champion that Frenzy actually plays. That answers that question, I would say. And yeah, they just take control off the back of about 3 good team fights in a row. Who cares about Chemtech Soul? We have a Twitch.
Exactly, and I know people were questioning, how is Batman gonna perform on this Shyvana? How is Frenzy gonna perform on this Twitch? And I think they performed phenomenally in this game to send us the silver scrapes.
They absolutely did, at the very least, enough. I would say they probably went a little bit beyond that as well. Cyclone had a great game on the Hui as well, obviously, but the Twitch and the Twitch in the late game team fights, and the Shyvana just being such a dive threat that Jinx kind of had to deal with before she could do any damage to the more imposing members of the team. It was just adding so much value and so much structure to those team fights.
And shout out McMittens in those team fights too, using the Rakan kit extremely well, spacing Yomi so far away. Like I said, at that dragon fight that went south for them to start that comeback for tilt, McMittens basically solo zones Yomi away from the fight, and there's, like we said, burst damage if Yomi isn't there. But without the consistent DPS, the team fight is so hard for the side of Conduit, Coinflip, Patrol, until made sure that was possible. Once they saw that was their solution in this game and are able to send us to that pivotal, that final game number 5 here. I can't wait for it. I know you can't wait for it either, Fenbach, despite wanting to maybe go to sleep, do something else, but we don't have that option yet. We're going to head to a short break here as we get ready to bring you our final game of the season. And we are in for game number 5 draft, our final one for the Platinum season. I am so excited for this game, Fenbach. What do you want to see be coming out with so many champions now off the table? We are getting into the nitty gritty wonky donkey.
I don't necessarily have a champion in mind, but I just want it to be a banger. If you're going to give me 5 games, game 5 better be exciting.
I mean, if it's like game 4, I am so excited. I think game 4 was the best game. I think it was the closest game of the series. I think it was the best game of the series so far for both, like not for both sides, obviously, for an entertainment purpose. I think it was the best game. So I'm hoping we're getting more like that. I do not expect anything in the bans to be changed up here for this game. It all just comes down to what do you feel like is that draft that is going to push you over that finish line?
Well, something can change now. They've been banning Shyvana the entire series. They made a switch up in the last game to ban the Lee Sin instead. I don't know if that is a Killer Fox champion or not, but they gambled on taking the Shyvana themselves, and it did work out. So now they actually have one extra ban that they can throw, maybe at Killer Fox, maybe at someone else.
My biggest question mark in this game is, I hate to say it, Batman's champion pool. We know he has his set number of champions that he is extremely efficient on, and now we're starting to fall lower in them. And if Conduit bans away the Trundle, like they did on game number 4, what does he have left in the tank?
There goes that Lee Sin. I think there's still definitely a handful of Batman champs left. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Dr. Mundo, a Shen, a Volibear. Udyr is still out there if you can make the comp work.
Oh, Udyr is out there. I didn't realize
Nocturne
that
is
champion was not
available.
being played. All right, it looks like we're potentially going to get an Ornn first pick and a big change-up. Varus going to be banned away from Frenzy, and I think Varus isn't as strong as he has been in recent patches, so a little bit shocked about that one, but we're going to get the Ornn B1 here for the side of Till, and who knows, maybe this is Batman with Ornn jungle, or if it's just top lane for Void.
I wouldn't put it past Batman, but either way, it's a pretty psychotic first pick. There are a lot of Ornn counters still left available. Garen, kind of one of them. There's other better ones out there, but Garen will get the job done, and then Mel is obviously a great answer. You can simply rebuttal that Call of the Forge God.
If this is Mel bot lane, I'm going to be very upset out of the side of Conduit, but I was going to say, if this is Ornn jungle, they could just counterpick the Garen now on the side of Tilt, but with the Nocturne hover, it's potentially just going to be that Ornn top lane, Nocturne jungle, and we'll have to see what they want to go for with their B3, potentially picking an AD carry for themselves, but prioritize one of the strong supports that are left, so we'll have to see where they go with this, as this Nocturne is going to be locked in, so we already know where Ornn and Nocturne are going, but now we get to see the rest of the comps start to be built here for the side of Tilt. Nico could be a really big pick. I know a lot of professional teams like pairing that Nocturne Nico combo to be able to get that big pop blossom, as there's no way we're locking in Kassadin, right?
Surely we aren't blind picking Kassadin. I know it's like half blind because it's probably Mel mid, but like
I was about to say,
Oriana's right there. Come on.
I was about to say, surely we're not racist enough to play Kassadin. Like, everybody jokes about it. There's like certain thresholds for certain champions you got to be playing, and Oriana makes a lot more sense as we get the knock Ori combo for game 5, some guaranteed engage for the side of Tilt Shadows with that Wombo combo, as Mel still can be flexed bot lane. I would assume it's mid lane for Jammer, as Trundle going to be locked in, really good in that 1v1 against Nocturne, but also really good at stealing away those stats from an Ornn when that team fight does come to fruition.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a lot of armor and MR getting stolen away by that Subjugate. And definitely pretty decent 1v1 into the Nocturne. Subjugate will do enough work on Nocturne that you can absolutely do some work in that 1v1. It'll be interesting to see if this Mel ends up being in the mid lane or in the bot lane here. Both are strong, but I think actually she's been performing better as a bot lane carry.
I do like the Trundle side of the 1v1 into Nocturne, because if he does throw down his Q, he gets that increased AD, so if you chomp him, you steal away those stats for yourself and then just beat him over his head with his own AD steroid, as we're just going to get more AD carry bans here. Jhin going to be banned away, potential Smolder ban. I'm surprised Smolder has made it all the way to game number 5 without being looked at once, as just going to be banned away, making sure that guaranteed late game option isn't going to be there for Yomi in this game. And like you said, maybe it is the Mel bot here for Yomi. Maybe there is a mid lane counter pick that J wants to go for into the Orianna. I was going to say Syndra, but I wasn't here for game number 1. Now seeing Syndra not available, I believe you said Yomi did play that in game number 1. So we'll have to see what they want to do with this Mel on the side of Conduit, as Tristana going to be banned away. So getting even deeper now into an early kind of shallow AD carry pool. I think there's still some extremely strong AD carries available. I think Zeri is actually so strong right now and available. You can play Yunara if you want to. You can still play Lucian Milio if you want to. Vayne is a character in League of Legends.
I mean, Zaya's still right there. Corki is still right there. He's not in the best spot nowadays, but still available. Misfortune, of course. There is already a good team fight set up with the Ornn, with the Orianna. There is still good options available. It's just what does Tilt want to do with their bot lane?
All right. Check Yomi's DM. I did not DM Yomi to pick Zeri. I'm going to say it now. And, of course, they're going to hover Vayne now that I said Vayne is a champion in League of Legends. But Zeri going to be locked in here. And now, I'm going to say it again, Fenbach. A little controversial. Yumi's still available.
And that's where she'll stay, available, unpicked, where she belongs.
I'm just saying. Yumi Zeri goes dummy. And we're gonna lock in Vayne. I don't really like this Vayne champion. I think Vayne is
interesting,
pretty bad right now. No. I love Sona, but don't lock this in. I swear to God, Mac Reigns, if you lock in Vayne, Sona bot lane, and you give Zeri the freest scaling lane of all time. Oh, man. Oh, no. Okay.
I don't love that either.
I don't either. I was going to say...
One dash on the side of Conduit right now.
I was going to say, I know MacMins plays it because I kind of have helped him learn it. His Bard was still available here for game number 5, but he's not going to pull it out. He doesn't want me to be besmirched and curse him if he has a bad Bard game in game number 5. I don't like... Poppy was picked. Teemo support, actually... I think Teemo support actually is unironically not bad at all.
I think Janna's good.
As someone who loves Janna and was a Janna main at one point in their career, Janna really does nothing in this composition. Like, Nocturne will get in on top of you, he'll do some damage, you'll knock him away, and you get to save a Nocturne's life, and I don't like either support pick in this game. I'm being fully honest here.
No, I was really liking the initial 3 picks of Tilt. I was like, wow, these are 3 great champions that you got in Game 5 of Fearless. What are Vayne and Poppy doing here?
Also,
did they take a wrong turn getting to their counter matchups in a top lane somewhere?
Also, here's some other stuff that's available that appears well with both AD carries. Lulu, Milio, Yumi for Zeri. Like, I don't know what we're doing with these R5 support pick, this R5 support pick and this Poppy pick. Ike,
Maokai, Renata Glass.
Yep, Renata really good into the Conduit comp. I mean, kind of okay into the Conduit comp because of rebuttal, but like, I don't want to see anybody in this elo play Pike unless you like 1 gajillion mastery on it. Like, I don't. Alistar is still available. Rel is still available. Like, I don't know, man.
Could have had a comp of those 3 topside champions followed with Misfortune Alistar. How crazy would that be?
Or you follow it up with like Xayah Rel. Imagine that as well. Like, or like Yunara Lulu. Like, imagine the world we'd be in. And then we get Vayne Poppy. I'm sorry. I'm gonna hate it until I'm proven that it's the game-winning composition. But Fenbach, for the last time tonight, in the last time in this season, which comp do you think is going to be the one to win game number 5?
right up until the 4th pick, I was going to say Tilt could not possibly blow their draft, and then they found 2 exciting new ways to blow their draft. I am leaning Conduit here. I think the Trundle, Mel, Zeri, Janna is just a more cohesive 4v4 than Nocturne, Orianna, Vayne, Poppy.
All right, so we'll have to see if Fenbach is right, or if the Vayne Poppy is going to be the reason why Tilt Shadows wins this game. Me and Fenbach are going to head to our final break of the season. You all watching, thank you for staying up this late. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Game 5 action in a little bit. And we are in for the final game of the night. Tilt Shadows against Conduit Coinflip Patrol as... Okay, I thought we were going to get a longer pause there. I am still Chung Somo, still joined by Fenbach, Tilt on blue, Conduit on red, and are you ready to watch the big pisser Yomi himself? Because he's the reason we paused once we got in this game number 5. Are you more excited for the Vayne Poppy bot lane that Tilt Shadows has pulled out?
The Vayne Poppy bot lane is doing to me what Tilt Shadows has in their name. I am not a fan.
Oh,
So
you
hopefully
Shadows?
Yomi has a no, it's Tilt.
Oh, okay.
Well, hopefully Yomi and Mr. Lean are able to have a pretty good bot lane early game here. I don't think Vayne is necessarily the largest threat to a Zeri in the level 1 here.
I mean, Yomi's just gonna have a free lane to scale up and be the late game Zeri that everybody knows Zeri to be, as bush control is going to be established here for Mac Mittens as the world gets a nice trade on to Void up there in the top lane. And I'm very upset at Void for starting with an item. You're supposed to, as Ornn, just start with a refillable and build your item as soon as you get into the lane. But there are some matchups, I'm not sure if it's this one specifically, where you do need to start with that Doran's item just to be able to have some presence in the lane, and this is potentially one of them.
Garen, a little bit rough. He can do a lot of damage to you early on. It's nice to have just that little extra regen whenever he does decide to spin at you and ask you, will you blend? Because the answer currently is yes. He does a lot of damage with that judgment early on.
Alright, we can see right now both junglers on opposite paths in this game. Killer Fox going to his bot lane, Batman going towards his top side here, which is definitely a little bit interesting. MacMan's going to go in, take a lot of damage, taking a lot of poke from Mr. Lean in this lane as well. Already chugging through both of his health potions here, so kind of what I expected when I saw the Poppy support be locked in here. And he did go Halo Blades, we were talking about it off screen. I think I would prefer the Aftershock in this one, but stats are stats, and that's what a lot of people follow, and you know, Halo Blades is the one, as some good damage here from Void onto the world, and even dodges out from that judgment, so wins out on the trade.
Barely out of range of that Garen. We'll take a nice little decisive strike there at the end, though, but Garen just wants to farm up a little bit, get to that level 6 where he actually has kill threat. Right now, he just is annoying.
Yeah, 100%. And Void's actually doing a pretty good job in this lane in the CS department. Is even on CS with the world right now. As German J is not going to be landing that solar snare there, but is out of mana. And Cyclone is pretty low himself, but his mana costs are a lot lower as the world and Void are trading again. Void going to have to use that Searing Charge out and just going to build an item, or actually just channel the TP instead, as both junglers are looking to get their first resets off and get back to those clears as soon as possible. But Killer Fox cancels his. Batman is going to be on the Rift first after that first recall. Now we'll see what happens. Tornado is going to connect after a nice pillar there, but Frenzy clears enough space where it's not going to be punished.
Just barely on the wrong side of that pillar. If they were able to get the pillar on the tower side of the Vayne, could have been looking to maybe burn a summoner, but just doesn't quite get placed properly. Frenzy's able to back away with just that tumble.
Alright, so Batman and both Killer Fox on the double longsword recalls here. Both with a different smite in this one. Killer Fox actually going for the blue smite in this game, while Batman, as expected, went for that red smite, as a little bit of poke damage coming out both ways here, but Cyclone a little bit healthier than Jammer J is in this lane right now. But they already got their first recalls off, TP back, Dark Seal, and a Sapphire Crystal picked up here. As MacMan's looking for a little bit of a trade onto Mr. Lean here. That's about it.
They do have the mana advantage down here. Mr. Lean doesn't actually have any mana. He might be able to throw out a W, maybe a Q, but definitely not both. He is very low in mana. Would be a good target if MacMittens is able to get a wall slam.
And you can see a first item for Killer Fox on his first recall is that pickaxe, and it is just the double cloth armor here for Void. Makes a lot of sense in this lane, and Cyclone is going to be able to walk away from Killer Fox in the mid lane, as going to have to walk back up to his wolves. But once again, Batman ahead on the clear, and the Scuttle Crab spawning on the top side, so level 6 going to be easily secured for Batman in this game, as he's a little too fast with his clear, still waiting around for his Gromp to spawn.
It'll be up here in just a second. It's no big deal. The world has hit level 6 though. Void does have to watch out for that Demacian judgment, lest he be judged unworthy and sent back to base by about 1 billion true damage coming at him. But for now, doing pretty decent, holding in on this matchup. It's definitely a matchup where you expect to go down a little bit and farm in the early game, but he's hanging in there.
Soul Snare does connect on the Cyclone. A rebuttal used to get some good poke damage here. There goes the ultimate, and this is going to be the solo kill for Jammer J in the mid lane. First blood secured for the side of Conduit in game number 5.
Jammer J has really gotten better as the series has gone on. Cyclone was absolutely dominating in these first couple of games, but the last 3, ever since the Vladimir pick, Jammer J has been the one in control of these early games.
All right, we'll have to see how much he can get done with that. With the Dark Seal already at 2 stacks. Off the death, Cyclone picks up a Dark Seal of his own, and I'm not sure what else he picked up. I didn't see his inventory ahead of time. Killer Fox has a Sheen in inventory now. Tunneler picked up for Batman, level 6 available, so we'll have to see how effective he can be with the first use of that Paranoia, because it is such a long cooldown at rank 1 and without any items, and you need to make it worth it as the Nocturne when you press that first cast of the ultimate, as it is going to be a Mountain Dragon as our first Drake in this game 5. So no Mountain Soul this time around, potentially. What was the soul in game number 1? Do you remember, Fenbach?
Oh, God.
I know it was like 8 hours ago now. Okay. Well, hopefully we can get a fun one. You know, personally, I'm hoping for a little bit of a Hextech Soul, but I think the one that I think would be best in this game for both compositions, honestly, give me that Cloud Soul.
Yeah, Cloud Soul would go pretty hard here.
Oh, wait, here goes the Paranoia in the mid lane. The Shockwave not going to connect because Jammer J flashes away, and now they're looking for the damage onto Batman. Batman is going to have to flash away, but it doesn't matter because the Execute is there for Jammer J, and he gets the kill in the response to the gank.
Ooh, that's a tilter. Flash away, and the last projectile from the Mel basic attack enhanced version is the thing that triggers that overwhelm and executes you. That is so tough. As you said, the first play with the Paranoia, really important to go right, and very clearly there, it did not.
Yeah, and that's just because Jammer J has flash. He just gets the flash away for the Paranoia Shockwave combination, and then Killer Fox just in the right place, right time on the counter gang is able to punish Batman. No Paranoia, no flash, and now you have 2 kills on the Mel earliest. Now MacMin's a little bit caught out here, gonna get hit up by that Howling Gale, but gonna dodge away from the Surge Spike, gonna land the stun on the Mr. Lean. Mr. Lean going extremely low. Final hour is popped. Killer Fox is down here. Yomi goes over the wall. He's gonna get condemned back into the wall. Flash Ghost used by Frenzy to get away, and now Killer Fox flashes forward. MacMin's just going to be able to run away from this one. I'm not sure what Killer Fox is flashing for, but nobody dies in bot lane.
It's a great condemn from Frenzy. If that doesn't stun this area, I'm pretty sure they get run down and double killed. But, I mean...
Oh no, Cyclone! He's just gonna die! Demacian Justice going for a ward. Now Batman gonna be forced off his own blue buff here. So Conduit just winning the early game.
Yeah, and they're just
Wait,
using
Batman!
made on Batman, and Batman gets a little greedy for that blue buff.
Alright. Blue buff transferred secured over to Jammer J using the Golden Eclipse to get the kill. Not sure what Batman was doing there, but this is a full kill participation, Mel. 3-0-1, 9 minutes into the game, and exactly what you don't want to be having happen as the side of Tilt Shadows.
Killer Fox steals away a blue buff. Oh, that's his own blue buff, my bad.
Yeah,
steals away. It's the little things, but nope, that's his own.
Oh wait, hold on, Jammer J could be in trouble here. The Shockwave is available, gonna be used, and now MacMins is gonna get the shutdown. Not who you want it to go over to, but you're happy to get the shutdown nonetheless.
That is a little unfortunate. You definitely wish that.
Oh wait, Paranoia used going in. The Dragon going extremely low. Batman is going to be able to steal that one away as a response to it. But now Yomi's here, popping the lightning crash. He's going to get stunned into the wall by MacMins. Frenzy on the backside is going to use down to the Killer Fox. He's going to dodge away from the Morning Mist with the final hour available. Now Yomi's going to have to flash away from this one. Frenzy face tumbles into the wall. Not going to get it as there goes the Duskbringer onto Mr. Lean. TP being channeled here by Jammer J. But Dragon Steel secured by the side of Tilt Shadows.
A good smite by Batman, coming in at just the right time. Almost sneezed, but I held it on.
All right.
Neither team has anyone go down in that fight somehow. It looked like there were going to be multiple deaths at multiple different points, but everyone walks away.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Frenzy doesn't tumble in his face into the wall, they might be able to kill Yomi there, but he already created so much space that it's hard to say, but I'm surprised nobody died there with how low those health bars got, but just a well-played steal by Batman, and you would love to see more come out of it for the side of Tilt Shadows, but you'll take a Dragon Steal to, make sure the game doesn't start going too far out of hand for the side of Conduit, who are already sitting at about a 2k gold lead here in 10 minutes.
Yeah, you can see that Void is not having the most fun up there in that Garen matchup, as most tanks don't. Just an absolutely irritating champion to play against. Is Killer Fox is going to find Mac Mittens here. These two are the same level somehow. That one shutdown kill onto the Mel definitely accelerating the experience on the Poppy just a little bit.
Only ever so slightly to be the same level as the enemy jungler, but he's not going to do much with it. Like, we're going to be honest here, but wait, never mind. World is going to get stunned up here with the heroic charge, and now Batman's here. Void is here as well. They're looking to get some damage here. Ornhorn is called. It doesn't matter that Killer Fox is in the area. It's going to be a two-man knockup, and down is going to fall the World. Void's going to be able to pick up that kill. Now Mac Mittens is looking for more into Killer Fox. Jeremy on the backside looking for the Soul Slayer. Not going to connect this. Killer Fox is just going to be able to walk away from this play. They're able to get the kill onto the World for the side of Tilt Shadows, and they might be able to get the Void Grubs, but they're just completely ignoring it for now until Batman taps back for the Scuttle Crab.
Am I blind, or did the World just not feel like flashing away from that play?
You are not blind.
It seemed like he could have gotten away at any point had he chosen to burn his flash.
All right, Mac Mittens is looking for a plan to J. Does have Hex Flash available to him as Batman is going to get the first Void Grub here. The World TPing back here after completing that top lane quest. Mac Mittens did TP Hex Flash over the wall. Now Cyclone is going to be able to pick up the kill on to Jammer J. And the side of Tilt surges to life in this game number 5. Now Void going to have to flash over the wall. All right.
Keeper's Verdict going to be burned for the reduced charge after holding it all the way, but we'll have that back before too terribly long. A Poppy that I was disrespecting a little bit does have 100% kill participation. I still think that it doesn't provide that much value to the team, but it is working so far.
Mac Mittens is just making very good plays on the map with it. We'll have to see how much it actually does in a team fight, as the World just gets a lot of free time on this top lane turret, doing a whole lot of damage to it. Might be able to pick it up here. The Q is going to be up off of cooldown ever so slightly. He's going to get knocked up here, and it doesn't matter. He's just going to say, I don't care that you're here, Void. First turret, secured up in the top lane for the side of Conduit.
Plus he's got that Black Cleaver, so it's a dangerous proposition as Void to take a fight right now. He would have his armor absolutely shredded to bits. And I don't think you really want that 1v1, and it's just not worth it. You weren't saving that tower anyway.
Yeah, 100%. As we can see, the Hex Tech, I don't know why I call it the Hex Tech plate, the whatever ultimate CDR item that I'm blanking on that Batman has picked up here. You can see
Experimental
experimental hex plate. That's why I said Hex Tech, but like, yeah, Hex plate. As you can see, Blade of the Rune King has been picked up for Frenzy. Oh wait, hold on, never mind. Paranoia gonna be used on Jammer J. Then goes in Mr. Lean with the Flash Monsoon, and now Killer Fox is looking for even more. Now Mac Mittens is gonna have to flash away from him. A 3-man Shockwave is good at a Cyclone, but there's no follow-up in the play right now. Frenzy is not there, so just nothing coming out of the play for the side of Tilt Shadows. A lot of ults popped, and Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. Now Void is coming into the mid lane. The World is here already, but you have to see. Oh wait, never mind. Killer Fox is gonna get caught out here, going extremely low. Ignite is down. Batman flashes in. He's not gonna be able to pick up the kill. Keeper's Verdict used to knock away the World, and now Void is here with the Ornhorn. The rebuttal is used, but it doesn't reflect the ultimate. Jammer J getting extremely low. World back into this fight. There goes the ultimate out of Jammer J, able to pick up the kill onto Mac Mittens, and now Vayne is looking to go. Space Gladden Frenzy is going for it. He's got the kill on Jammer J. Now looking for the kill on Yomi. He's gonna be able to pick up the double kill for the side of Tilt Shadows, and now Cyclone is looking for the World, but the World has found him. The Mossy Injustice is there, and the World is able to take another one down for the side of Tilt Shadows as a consolation prize. My God, for Tilt Shadows gets the dragon and wins the play.
These fights are just going insane. Like the fight starts about a minute ago when Nocturne goes in with the Paranoia. Orianna hits 3 with the Shockwave, and then the play just takes so long to develop from there. Everything gets burned eventually, and eventually a couple of people go down on each side and the dragon gets claimed, but that was not really a decisive win by either team.
I'm surprised that because everything got used so early, Frenzy had the opportunity to be able to just free fire in a team fight, similar to what we saw with the Twitch in the last game. But hold on, wait, the world gonna just walk away from a potential play for Mac Mittens. But I feel like if everything is up, I think the big issue for the composition that is kind of Coinflip Patrol is they have no hard engage in this game. And now, hold on, the world is going to be focused here by Mac Mittens. Paranoia used as well, going to be feared up. A nice heroic charge into the wall. Fear is on, world running away, but Void is able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, it's absolutely correct. There is no hard engage. What they have to do is kind of...
Oh, a nice shockwave there on the Killer Fox going extremely low. Frenzy with the final hour. The first kill is going to go over to Cyclone, and that's just going to be the end of that play.
It's almost the end of the play. Mittens is scrapping with lean back here. Yeah, as you mentioned, there's not really any hard engage on the side of Conduit here. What they have to do is absorb the really difficult hard engage from the side of Tilt Shadows, and then
Yomi's going to get stunned into the wall. Ornhorn not going to be even needed for that one, as Cyclone is going to pick up the kill, and Tilt Shadows, the ones with the early game lead so far in Game 5.
They're doing it. They're making the plays happen. They're the ones who are forcing these plays. They're seeing the angles, and there's just not enough defensive cooldowns available to counteract all of this hard dive coming in onto the Zeri.
Yeah, Yomi has to be spacing extremely well in this game. They're going to have a really rough time so far. And the side of Tilt, a big thing in game number 5 is who has the engage buttons, and they're all on the side of Tilt. The split push is going to be in favor of Conduit because of the world, but how much are they going to be able to actually use that to win them this game? Because if you're not able to absorb all this pressure from the hard engage that can come out from Tilt Shadows, your 4-man unit kind of does a whole lot of nothing on the side of Conduit.
As things stand right now, the Mel and the Garen both do have a lead over their counterparts, but I think the Mel's lead is looking a little more precarious as we go. She's definitely been one of the primary targets and one of the targets that Tilt Shadows has been consistently getting onto. So she needs to be able to keep herself alive in fights long enough to stack up that overwhelm and make sure that she can land some big golden eclipses.
You're going to have to see how well J can play out these team fights for that impactful damage with those golden eclipses, like you did say, Fenbach. But right now, both teams just kind of hanging around, and it is going to be a Cloud Soul in this game. I just realized that I said how much I wanted it, and we are getting it in this game number 5.
It's going to make for some speedy champions. The Zeri with a Cloud Soul would be crazy. Same with a Janna. Garen, of course, would go extremely fast. I think it's maybe like 5% less valuable for the side of Tilt Shadows, but still very good on both sides.
We did see Void have to burn Flash in the bot lane from a potential gank from Killer Fox, but now Mac Mittens might be in a really rough spot here, but Void is there for the backup. TP being channeled here by the side of J 1 minute before the dragon spawns, but now that means Cyclone can just push down this top lane turret and then TP to the play later. So a little bit overzealous for the side of Conduit, thinking they had the trigger pull, a potential pull in bait there on the side of Tilt Shadows, but the side of Tilt Shadows just saying calm, cool, and collected so far.
Yeah, and the world is kind of over-grouping with his team a little bit. He needs to be leveraging that individual lead he has to try and bring pressure maybe to that inner turret in the bot lane, but as it stands, he's just trying to be with the team.
See the world off of vision, trying to look for a play right now. Void goes in, does not get a stun onto anybody right now, but now Mac Mittens is going to be caught out by Void, and Killer Fox is in on the chase. Demacia Justice is used, Mac Mittens flash away, Ignite is ticking, he's going to fall down to the world, and now that is no Poppy available to the side of Tilt for this fight. It will be a 4v5, but they still have the Paranoia Shockwave combination, and they're going to be looking for it eventually when this dragon does spawn in the next 5 seconds. It will be a little bit delayed on the respawn time here for Mac Mittens, but Conduit is now the ones with river control because of the mid lane push and because of the numbers advantage.
Yeah, It looked like a bit of a silly pick, but Mac Mittens has been kind of making these team
All right,
fights
Rift Herald
work.
is popped, and there goes the Paranoia Shockwave combo in onto Jammer J. There goes a 3-man ultimate out of Void. Now Frenzy has the opportunity to free fire. Golden Eclipse is already used. Down is going to go Void to the kill over to Killer Fox. Batman is going to be the next one to fall. Frenzy trying his best to open up, but just not able to put anybody down into the grave at this point in the game. Soul Slayer going to be used, flashed away there by Frenzy, but it doesn't matter because the HP is an advantage of Frenzy and Cyclone in comparison to Jammer J and Killer Fox right now. Macmins has respawned. World is trying to regen with that passive and create space. Yomi still untouched, has no lightning crash, but has both summoners available to him right now. Killer Fox will be forced off his own blue buff by Mac Mittens.
All 5 left alive, but they can't actually do anything with these members up. Just because Mac Mittens is threatening onto the jungle and all the other health bars are way too low.
Yeah, they're going to have to take resets here at the side of Conduit Coinflip Patrol. They're just trying to channel it as a 5-man unit. But Batman's already back on the Rift. Void is TPing in, and this should just be the Dragon Soul point secured by the side of Till, because we can already see Frenzy's just been free hitting it this whole time. Cyclone walks over. They're just going to be able to claim the Dragon, putting them on soul point here in game number 5. Killer Fox and the World are still looking for their angle in, but it's a little too late because Killer Fox didn't take his reset immediately. They get punished for it.
And just a little greedy, going for that blue buff, get it sniffed out by Mac Mittens on the Poppy. Just not able to finish off that blue buff in time. Has to reset, kind of disjointed from the rest of his team, and that means that they can't contest the Dragon.
All right, and we can start to see the ornaments coming out here. The upgraded Blade of the Ruined King there for Frenzy. Do not ask me the names of the upgraded Orn items. I have no idea. Okay.
They don't have names anymore. They're just masterworks.
Okay, thank God, because they all used to have different names, and I was like, I have no clue. But we can see...
It's cool.
We can see the World on a second item. Phantom Dancer complete for him. Spirit Visage for Void. You can see Rocket Belt picked up here by Jammer J. You can see second item for Yomi as well with those Fiend Hunter Bolts. Ginsu's just picked up for Frenzy as well. So some big power spikes coming through as Killer Fox also does get that Dead Man's Play on his recall. Batman a little bit behind on the second item, and it might just be that kill gold, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's probably the difference maker here. That Stride Breaker will be valuable, though, as they are maybe going to find a pick on a Mac Mittens. That's a crazy condemn. How did that stun?
Not sure I actually missed it, I'm going to be honest with you.
It's a good angle, I guess.
Alright, Baron is on the Rift, and you can see the side of Conduit starting to position around it. The World going to take a little bit of poke damage there from Void. Going to get hit by the Brittle, but now he's looking to go in there with the use of that E. Batman is going to find Killer Fox, but now here comes the Ornhorn. Silence is going to be Void. Lightning Crash used. Batman pops Paranoia. A nice 2-man keeper verdict out of Mac Mittens, but it doesn't matter because both the top and jungler, the original setup play for the side of Conduit, they're going to be able to get them, and now that's going to be them starting up this Baron here, and they should just be able to get it because Cyclone is just split pushing away in the bot lane.
Yeah, Mel gets punted away by the Keeper's Verdict. Unfortunately, Golden Eclipse is a global ability as long as you are afflicted by that Overwhelm. Does not matter. Jammer J just presses that ultimate as soon as she lands, and boom, there it is.
A big play there for the side of Conduit Coinflip Patrol. In goes MacMan. He's going to get the kill onto the World, and he's going to be able to just get out because nobody stayed to try to punish him for that.
Just a bit of a greedy recall there from the World. We'll leave it at that.
Alright, we'll have to see now what Conduit can do with this Baron buff in their hand. They have it just a little bit longer after the Drake does spawn, if I'm correct on that one. So we'll have to see how they can use that to leverage into that Dragon. We can see Seeker's Arm Guard has been picked up here for Jammer J. Going to be very impactful in these this next team fight to have that stasis for the engage options that could come out of here from Tilt Shadow. Stride Breaker, like you said, going to be very impactful for the side of Tilt, able to pick that one up. Bandle Pipes picked up here by Mac Mittens as well.
And Bandle Pipe's good value item, good for the Ornn, good for the Vayne. Two people that you'll probably be playing pretty close to as the Poppy. But we need to kind of see from this Baron play, though, is there's a lot of standing gold on the map that I'm sure Conduit would really like to have in their pockets right now. look at all these towers. They would love to knock down a few of these and get a
No,
bit more of a significant gold lead before this
the
next
world,
dragon spawns.
stay top lane. Do not go mid lane. What are you doing right now? Oh, I just, alright. Alright.
They're indexing really hard on this mid tower, and it doesn't even look like they're going to get it.
No, because there's a really good wave clear on the side of Tilt Shadows because they have an Orianna. Like, you said it already in this game, Fenbach. The world needs to be leveraging his pressure in the side lane more. He has TP. Oh, wait. He doesn't have Baron because he died. Never mind. Ignore everything I just complained about.
That is true. He would still be a credible split push threat just by himself in a side lane. Not as strong as the other four, of course, but... Oh, split push with the split pusher, please?
Yeah.
I beg?
Alright, hold on. Paranoia is used. They're looking for the play. There's no shockwave to follow it up, but here goes the Ornhorn is going to hit onto two. Monsoon is going to be used to try to create some space, but it doesn't matter because Killer Fox is going to fall down to Frenzy. Golden Eclipse is going to be used to pick up the kill onto Batman, and now Yomi is looking for his opportunity to free fire. The world walks in, but he gets extremely low as well, and Frenzy's just eating him alive for dinner right now, but it doesn't matter because Yomi's going to be able to pick up the kill onto him. Now Mr. Lean is going to have to try to cut away from MacMahon, but Yomi is going to be able to pick up another kill. Void gets the kill onto the world on the backside, but it doesn't matter because the win is for the side of Conduit Coinflip Patrol on a fight that was started by Tilt Shadows.
I think there were a few misclicks in the end of that fight. Frenzy somehow did not finish off the world there. Goes down at the very end. The world chases down Void and then also goes down. I'm like, oh no. Like, this is nervy gameplay for sure. Both teams know this game is close and any one misplay could be their last.
All right, well, we'll have to see how they play around those nerves, as that was a fight with no dragon being secured. So now the teams are coming back onto the Rift, and we're going to be going for round number 2. TP is available for the world. He's going to start by channeling it right now, but Void and Batman are already there to try to stop him in his tracks. But now, look at the angle that the rest of the team for the side of Tilt has. They're able to group up with theirs already, and the choke is a pretty bad spot with that shockwave available. Mid lane Prio is being pushed in by the side of Tilt Shadows just based on the minions. Killer Fox takes a lot of damage. She's going to pop that ultimate onto the Void to start eating those resistance. Paranoia is going to be used. Ornhorn is in. They're looking for the play on the Yomi. Yomi with the lightning crash. She's going to try to kite this one out, but a huge shockwave comes out from Cyclone, and now Frenzy gets to open up. Yomi's able to pick up one kill, but it doesn't matter because so many have fallen for the side of Conduit already. Yomi has to go over the wall, get away from MacMin's. Killer Fox is going to have to run for the hills, and it's going to be Cloud Soul claimed by the side of Tilt Shadows. Killer Fox still trying to fight this, but it doesn't matter because the engage was there for Tilt. Cloud Soul there for Tilt, and advantage dead even in this game.
Orianna and Ornn did such a good team fight combo there. The Call of the Forge God and the Shockwave landing onto multiple members. Importantly, Jammer J used the rebuttal on absolutely nothing, just completely mistimed it in the middle of nowhere, and that meant that the Call of the Forge God got to rip through the entire team and set up that fight for the side of Tilt Shadows.
And Yomi got spaced out of that team fight by Batman. Batman used the paranoia to go in on him and said, do not give me the ball, Cyclone. We don't need to use it for this. As now Mac Mittens could be a little bit punished here, but with Cloud, so that's going to be one speedy Poppy who's going to run away from Killer Fox.
A lot of movement speed, still probably have the steadfast presence, has the Dead Man's Plate in inventory. You're not catching that Cloud Soul Poppy.
Gonna get his recall canceled there from the word out of Mr. Lean. Gonna finally channel it now. Another ornament coming through, this time onto Batman. Last person who needs to be upgraded is going to be Mac Mittens on this support. And with the Cloud Soul and with the ornaments, there is a hidden gold advantage for the side of Tilt. About 4K, about 5K right now. Will be 6K once Poppy does get upgraded, because Cloud Soul and all the ornaments are all about 1,000 gold in just raw stats each. So very much a hidden gold advantage for them.
It feels good having those ornaments in the inventory. Last one we upgraded is probably just gonna end up being that Dead Man's Plate. But not the biggest deal, I would say. It's nice having that Shadow Flame though. That is one of the only AP items where it's just 1,000 gold worth of AP.
All right, Baron is back on the rift. The Elder spawns in 4 minutes time. You see Void doing a better job split pushing than the Garen so far is in this game, and he's just going to continue that split push right now. All the members of Conduit are in the top side around this Baron, trying to set vision, trying to establish control for themselves. And now J finally going to be going to that bot lane to respond to Void, but he's going to get some free turret plates for himself and just walk away from the play.
Yeah, Mel, not exactly a tank shredder necessarily, and definitely not with the more burst-oriented build that she's gone for.
Oh, Batman might be caught out here, and that could actually be massive. He doesn't have the flash available, and now that's just going to be Baron going over to the side of Conduit again. Second one in this game. TP's actually coming out here from Jammer J and from Void. The side of Till without their jungle, don't want to give this away. Then goes the ultimate out of McMittens, and they're able to get a lot of damage onto the world. He's going to fall down. Jammer J is the next one to fall down. It was a beautiful ult out of McMittens hitting onto both Yomi and Killer Fox, and now the world is looking for an angle to go in. Does have flash free, wants to go for it, but the delayed kills, the ultimate out of Mac, and the stop of Baron is a big play for Till in this one.
Yeah, 2 kills for 1. Batman's still off the map for a little bit while Killer Fox is on, means they probably can't start the Baron just yet. But they are going to have the man advantage on the map for quite a while.
Killer Fox is going to get knocked up there, but creates enough space where there's not going to be too much of a threat. You see pings coming out here from Tilt now that Batman has respawned around this Baron area. And then we'll have to see how quickly they can take this down, because both the World and Jammer respawn in about 7 seconds time. The World has TP, Jammer J does not, which is actually extremely massive. You can see Killer Fox trying to run back onto this map, but this Baron going down relatively quickly for the side of Tilt Shadows, thanks to Frenzy on this Vayne, and Mac Baines is playing defense, gets a nice stun onto Killer Fox. Void flash over the wall, gets a stun onto him as well. Killer Fox still looking for the angle, flash into the pit. He gets condemned into the wall by Frenzy, goes extremely low. Batman has the smite, he's able to pick up that one, and now Batman is going to use the paranoia going in onto the backside all by himself. Lightning Crash is used by Yomi just to get that movement speed steroid, but it's just Killer Fox dying for the attempted Baron steal, but it does not come to fruition, and now Mr. Lean gonna have to flash away, is extremely low. Oranhorn is used to hit him, stops the Monsoon in its tracks. Mr. Lean is gonna die to Mac Man. Now Batman is getting some pressure onto Yomi right now. Yomi's still looking for an angle to free fire, but that Baron take, those couple of kills might be the ones to do it. They have the Baron, they have the minion wave, they're looking for the siege right now. The inhibitor falls down right after the inhibitor turret went down. They're still looking at this, they're looking at those Nexus turrets, because Killer Fox is still dead for 10 seconds. Mr. Lean for 24. First Nexus turret is going to fall down. Starting to siege up the second one is Void. A nice ultimate out of Mac Mains is able to get one. They're hitting the Nexus. They're sieging up the Nexus, and that is the game. Tilt Shadows in 5 games are our Blue Otter League Platinum champions.
What just happened? What? There was a team fight, and then like neither team won, and then there was like stupid stuff, and then neither team won, and then there's a Baron and the game just ends.
Yeah, very anticlimactic, honestly.
What?
For a game that was so close,
that game was so frustrating on so many levels. Stop going in. Let the people die, I beg you. I know it's game 5. I know you don't want anyone like throwing away their life for nothing, but now you're throwing away your life, and that's going to be the end of the series. That's the end of the season.
I know. For a game that was this close to like just end in that fashion is a little upsetting, honestly. I was hoping for one more awesome team fight where it could have gone full. There weren't even like a whole lot of big team fights where like I don't know. It was just, it kind of felt like a weird game, but it doesn't matter. Tilt Shadows comes away with the victory 3-2 over Conduit, Coinflip, Patrol, and now Fenbach. I gotta ask you, as the man who was here for all 5 games, who is your MVP for the side of Tilt Shadows?
That is so difficult, specifically because it feels like at multiple points it was different members that were playing well, that were advancing the game, that were kind of the reason that either team was ahead or behind. Void had some great games. The Camille game was really good. Cyclone has been pretty consistent across the whole series. I think probably Cyclone's the one that sticks out to me, but it's really close between like Cyclone, Frenzy, and Void all had really good games.
I will defer to you as the man for all five. Cyclone is going to be our finals MVP. But with that, me and Fenbach are going to head to one final break as we get ready for the winner's interview. So if you want to watch that, stick around. We'll be back in a little bit. And we are back for the last time of the season with our full winning roster of Tilt Shadows. Start out, congratulations, guys, on getting the win. And the player I'm going to start my first question to is the man we named MVP of the series, Mr. Cyclone himself. So, how you feeling, man?
Absolutely on cloud nine, bro. I'm elated. Thank you for the MVP shout out. Honestly, I don't know if this is the series I'd say it, but I think thank you anyways.
I think I might be a little clouded on like the game one. The game one performance was really good, as well as the other two where you were strong. We ignore the Vladimir game.
Thanks. Thanks.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna say what Fedbach said before we got everybody in here, but yeah, with that, I'm gonna send my next question to the support man himself, Mac Mittens. Game number 5, Bard was available. Did you not pick him because you didn't want to let me down?
It's not that. It's Poppy is my all-time great. I got it from the goat Turk himself. He taught me how to play Poppy. He gave me the knowledge. This is my best champ. I'm super comfortable on it, and I'm comfortable thinking that I can carry a team fight with a really good ult. So that's why I wanted the Poppy.
Understood. So the information and insight I gave you on my best champion Bard means nothing to you anymore. You are now banned from playing Bard. I don't make the rules, but I do.
I asked for it 4 games in a row.
Well,
Sean
right.
doesn't make the rules, but he does enforce them.
I don't make the rules. I do enforce them on benefit of the entire Bard player community, all 6 of us. But next question, gonna go to Frenzy himself. So I only got to cast 4 of your games, but the Twitch game and then the Vayne game, you were kind of space gliding, and the Twitch game felt a little awkward in the first one. Were you confident if you got to a late game team fight, you were going to be able to do that? Or were you feeling worried about the state of the game? But once they broke that bot lane inhibitor, you were like, guys, just let me farm up all these waves, and then I'll just 1v9 these fights.
I mean, Twitch is unironically my most played AD carry, so it is probably like my comfort zone, I would have to say. But I think like my teammates helping me stay calm in there and being like, okay, Frenzy, you just farm these bot waves. Can you win the game if you get items? I said yes. And that's what we played for. We played for insane wombo combo where all I have to do is press R over the top of the whole team and I kill everyone, and that's just how Twitch works. And I was happy about it.
Fair enough. Now, Batman himself, kind of the old man of the crew. Been playing for a long time, man. But a big thing that's been always questioned around you is that champion pool of yours. But feels like not a lot of teams end up pinching it and it ends up costing them. But the Shyvana is a champion I didn't know you had in your back pocket. How confident did you feel when you guys were like, look, if we B1 the Shyvana, it's gonna kind of just go dummy in this game? Or were you like, we can just pick it to take it away? Or how are you feeling going into that draft for game number 4 where you guys got that Shyvana B1?
Well, if you look at my solo queue history, I am very bad at the new Shyvana. But my team trusted me, and I was very nervous going into that game. And I had, I think, some pretty clutch team fights. But other than that, it was pretty much just a takeaway.
I mean, to take away the work, you were definitely just sitting on top of Yomi, making sure he couldn't play the game. And since Jinx was such a pivotal part of that draft, I would say for Conduit, it ended up working out pretty well for you.
Yeah.
Right. And then the last man himself, I'll just say this to you because I saw your DM. Just do not get us banned. Do not get us fined, Mr. Void himself.
Nope, not that bad.
So you're a little upset at Fenbach for not giving you series MVP, but what do you got to say about it, man?
I definitely think Earthen was the second best top laner in the league. I blinded him in 4 games. I played into 4 really bad matchups. I went slightly behind or ahead in most of those. He pieced me out on the Yone. I have to give him his props. I was relevant in every game. I just feel a little cheated, man. It's my last E4 split, and you're not giving me Finals MVP for being there in every game. Sag. I do have a couple of shout outs. Shout out Water being my favorite coach, one of my best friends. Shout out Hug Life and Farion. Hug Life, you were shot. You will be remembered. Farion, thank you for being around. Cyclone, thank you for joining in when you did. I know it was a turbulent start to this team. And the last thing I gotta say, go fuck yourself, Hex. I'm just sad I wasn't the one to knock you out.
I banned that guy.
All right.
We told him not to.
Yeah, I literally said, "Hey, don't say the F word," and then he does it. Look at that, man. I even censor myself, and I use that thing like it's comma. But Fenbach, I'm gonna hand it over to you if you got any questions for any of these guys.
I mean, I think you've pretty much covered it. I think a few of these people have said that they are done with Emerald. Are you guys headed up to the Emerald Diamond Cap leagues now?
We two of us are already there.
Yeah, there you go.
And I think two more of us are on the way up.
4 of us
I'm
have
going
done
to the
that,
gold league. I'm going to the gold league.
Yeah,
I
I
might
know.
squeeze
Once
out.
platinum, now it's time for gold.
I know Mac Mittens himself is playing in a D4 cap league right now, but I got one more question. It's gonna be for Cyclone, and it's where was this Cyclone when we were playing on the team, man?
Hey man, after Ember, I shot up. Number 1 mid.
Number
All
one,
right.
you heard it here first.
All right. And then, I'm going to give you your moment, Void, as the team captain here for Tilt Shadows. I know you already gave a few shout outs, but any shout outs that you want to be given to anybody else?
I think that as Troll and as funny, goofy guys as Killer Fox and Mr. Lean are, I think that they are like what this community should be like best represented by. They are like the most wholesome and most competitive, and they keep you guys' chin up. You took us game 5. It was cinema. No one knew who was gonna win. It was beautiful. Thank you, Tilt, for hosting us. Thank you, Blue Water, for a wonderful last plat split. And we got the dub. GG's.
Right.
Job's done.
All right. All right. Batman, any shout outs you want to be giving?
Shout out to Water. Shout out to Fox being better than me.
All right.
Jungle Diff.
Simple and clean. Cyclone, any last shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, Mr. Lean, thanks for coming over and helping on Andromeda when you did. Sorry to knock you out of finals here, but I appreciate you either way. And Killer Fox, you're a goat too.
All right. Frenzy, any final shout outs?
Yeah, shout out everyone here, and a really big shout out to Killer Fox. We had at the start of the season, we had a roster change every week for the first 4 or 5 weeks until we finally got this roster. I thought we were going to drop out of the league when like half of our players got shot or left to other teams for different stuff. And Killer Fox was like, "Bro, you guys should pick up Cyclone." He convinced Cyclone to join us. So our season I think was cooked without Cyclone coming in and saving us. So he's my MVP for that. Shout out Water for coaching us, and shout out to all you guys at the prod team for running things, running streams throughout the stuff, and dealing with the crap at the beginning of tonight. Everyone was just stressed for finals. We apologize. Didn't mean to make drama.
All right. And finally, the last option for shout outs, Mr. MacMans himself. Any final shout outs you want to give?
Shout out to Bobo.
All
Shout
right.
out to
Not
Bobo.
shout out to Bobo, man. Not sure what that means. But with that, we will be wrapping up our final stream here for the Blue Otter League Platinum Division. I want to thank everybody for being around, watching all these series with us, sticking around for the winners interview. I want to thank out my season-long co-caster in Pelly. I want to shout out and thank Fenbach for filling in a few times for me and for Pelly as well. Shout out to the rotation of producers that I've had all season. Pop-Tart, I forget everybody at this point, but specifically a big shout out to my final producer here with Cthulhu's. Big shout out to you stepping in at the final hour, learning how to do this production stuff and really helping out the Blue Otter League. And a big shout out to the man himself, Mr. Bully, the Bully, for always putting on these leagues for all these people to be able to be playing in and participate in. It's always a great time. Always love to be able to cast these. So big shout out to you for your work, and a big rip to Mr. Lean for leaving the admin team to just get shot in game 5 of the finals. But with that, I've been Chuck Selmo, joined by Fenbach. If you've been drinking tonight, hand the keys off to somebody else. Thank you all for the amazing season, and we'll see you all next season for Blue Otter Platinum.